just was able to jump in
Mm.
and look at the charts right before I joined the stream. So I have not analyzed the market very much so far today. But yeah, it looks like a range bound day, and maybe we can catch some range trades.
Well, don't have to ask me twice. That sounds great. You're up in your account right now, up a buck 54. Is that from this session or from earlier?
That's from this session. Last night, I took a loss because I thought I was expecting a bounce in the pound futures, and my stop was just a little bit too tight. Took a loss last night while I was asleep, and then this morning I caught an NQ, like just literally I was in bed on my phone right before the kids wake up. It's like not even the sun isn't even out yet, right? And I took a long, and it worked out. I think it was like a $250 trade.
Nice. Nice. It's awesome. You looking to take some trades today in this
Yeah,
segment?
definitely. I
Is
mean,
there
I think
stuff setting up that you would like?
if anything sets up, I will definitely let you know. I don't want to. If you tell me to take a trade, I'm going to like just pick a direction and go for it. And that's probably not the best setup, right? But
I would
we
never.
we've got a little,
No, don't do
yeah.
that. Not Dolby.
We do,
I would. I
Just
would
we
50
got some
never.
lot it.
higher. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah. How much? What's your
Just
drawdown on
50
that
lot
account? We squeeze in 50. Oh, maybe. Maybe not.
I don't think so. I think if I tried to put on a 50 lot on this account, it would
250.
instantly be stopped out. I don't
show
think I have the
himself.
margin for
Maybe
that.
not. That's a
I don't think
Reds.
so. I think
Another
if I tried
day.
to put on a
Another
50
day.
lot on this
Oh,
account, it
any
would
house account trades
instantly
this
be
morning?
stopped out. I don't
Show
think I have the
himself.
margin for that.
We did
So I don't
not.
think
We did
so. I
not
think if I
have
tried to
Okay,
put
any,
in a
another
50
day.
lot on this
good
Oh,
account,
any
it would
house
opportunities.
account trades
instantly
this
be
morning?
stopped out. I don't
Jared
think I have the
took
margin
a
for that.
few trades, but he
We did not
mostly,
have
I
any.
think, took some losses this morning. We had Nick for a tick on also that was looking for a short up near the highs in the NASDAQ. Maybe his stop was just a little bit too tight. So both of
Hmm.
our traders took small losses. We did not get involved in the house account at all this morning. So zero trades so far in the house account. It's all right. Still looking for opportunities here.
Yeah, perfect. Did get the poll results back. Thank you, Eddie. 73% said they would work their way out carefully from that big drawdown. 16% said trade big and hope for winners, and 10% said cross my fingers and hope and pray. Thank you, chat,
Hmm.
for giving us those responses. A lot of very disciplined traders in chat, apparently. Wonder if
Very
that
good.
number is actually the truth. A little bit skeptical, chat. I don't know how many. It's 73%. I don't know. I don't know. But
Oh,
hopefully, if you do
the
do what you
chat
said.
is always honest, Dolby.
Oh, yeah. Mhm.
Chat TST, they're my favorite.
Yep.
Let's see. We got Nasdaq pulling off here off of 21,420. What's up, Eddie? Getting down to 21,385, about 40 points. Is this a
Mm.
stair step low on a larger time frame? Oh, it kind of is actually, Hogue. I'm not sure if you see that, but it looks like we had a little bit of support at 21,420 before, shot back up, and now it's acting as resistance. So kind of got this downward wedge forming here.
Yeah,
The
that's
other thing, Matt, is
the
that you?
overnight session
Yeah.
VWAP right there at 420.
Oh, nice, nice, nice. Matt, you said you're starting to get into some currencies as well. What is making you choose that as your alternate market?
Well, I think it's just interesting, honestly. Learning more about like yeah, how the numbers and macro considerations and the news can really drive currencies, and forex. I think it's just absolutely fascinating. Also, so I think some of the best plays right now, and this is not like a huge revelation, but like interest rates are really driving the markets, and interest rates like really drive forex. So I think that there are just some really logical plays that you can make in the forex markets, and when those markets move, they move really fast, which is it's kind of cool.
Yeah, I mean, I probably could trade them, but I don't know. They seem to move kind of slow. I know Dakota does some of the overnight Nikkei trades. You might have a love hate relationship with that by now, based off of some posts I've seen. So we'll see follow up with Dakota and see how he's been enjoying the Nikkei. Don't want
Oh,
to
Remember
forget this.
Dolby?
Mhm.
Dolby, I remember everybody used to trade the euro when I first started with Topstep. Years like
Really?
2010, 2011,
Euro and
everybody was
crude.
trading
Yep.
euro and crude that's what everybody was trading back then.
Yeah.
You guys,
Markets are
I'm
like
gonna look at my
fashion.
charts for a second. Maybe I should be trading euro.
It's
Take a look
not a
at the
bad
weekly
trade.
kickoff
I've
high
looked
and
at
low.
it. Yeah.
Yep, I do want to get this in real quick. The VIP
6C.
program does take place in Discord. That's also the best way to get a taste of the VIP experiences by joining Discord. We have over 100,000 traders in our Discord community. It is the best place to connect with our coaches and meet other traders. Also, it is completely free. And also, I started it. So go join it. And now it's
Look what
awesome
it's
because
become, Dolby.
it's
Crazy.
a monster.
Look at
Shout out to
that.
Trenton. Trenton is the king of Discord now, and he's done an incredible job. But go find a trading buddy or talk some shop. There's some strategy channels in there, platform channels, a little bit of everything. A lot of
There's
ambassadors.
so
A lot
many
of people
different
moving up.
rooms too, to get
Yeah.
specific. If you're looking for a specific trade, like if you're a metals guy, or there's just if you're trying to get focused because you're following one thing, that's what makes it great.
Yeah.
Although I don't
If you
think
can
we have a
find
cattle
one
room.
friend. No. Oh no, not yet.
Maybe I should start a cattle room. That's it.
Yeah, why not? I mean,
Yeah,
I would
Call it the
just want to be
corral.
bearish.
the corral. Yeah, I like
Oh,
it.
that'd be funny. That'd be funny. I think back in the day we called it the farm because it was like all the farm
Yeah.
products because no one was trading like any of the ag
Just
stuff
say it,
or
Dolby.
cattle.
Yeah, just say it. Nobody
What?
trades them. I know.
No one trades it.
Yep.
You guys don't want to bet on cereal? Like, what are you guys doing? Come on, let's bet on wheat. Sounds like fun.
Lumber.
But if you can find one friend,
Hogue.
yeah,
That's where I
Lumber.
met Hogue, is in the lumber pit.
Yeah. That was a heck of a market back in the day.
Oh man. I had a gold badge, but I never stepped in there. I'll tell you that. I know why, because that thing moved like, whew. Man,
Yeah.
I knew better than you guys all knew it a lot better. It was about 6, 8
Jeff would have
guys
chewed
too,
you up.
right? Yeah. Yeah.
Gold lumber pit. I actually made a. Speaking of the pits, I was watching the Vikings game and they showed a picture of Sam Darnold in the locker room and I saw his face and I was like, this guy looks scared shitless. And so I pull up DraftKings and I'm like, this guy's gonna throw 2 picks today, and he only threw 1. He got sacked 9 times and only threw 1 pick. So I lost the bet.
He had a rough day.
Oh, he had a terrible day. How much of that pitch trading stuff, you just look at someone's eyes and you're just like, you're over. Your day is done. Get to the other side of this guy's
For
trade.
anybody who's been in my Discord, I went through the archive, and Hogue, you and I need to hook up. I'm sure you probably have some pictures, but reading a person's face, when their cards are basically sitting here or they're leaning like this, you could tell people's body language, and I think that's why I think a lot of guys who could read people, maybe not the greatest technicians, but knew how to read people. I think you hear, Hogue, Louis Borsellino talks about it. He said he could read people, but then again, he could shove everybody around with the amount of size he traded. But, reading of people on the floor was pretty important.
Yeah. You could see it in their eyes.
Yep. Saw fear.
That's really interesting. So if one local is kind of like out over his skis, are you able to actually exploit that and leverage that, or are you looking at kind of like the group consensus if like it's starting to get quiet on the floor and like you think multiple people are getting squeezed? Is that when being able to read people really pays off?
Yeah, I mean, you had to be able to kind of read the pit that way. So, if I'm standing in the S&Ps and I'm watching, Goldman sell 5,000 and Merrill Lynch sell 5,000 and Shearson sell 5,000, Chi Corp sells 5,000, they're not trading with each other. They're trading with the locals. I mean, you're looking at a local community there that's probably long, 15 to 20,000 contracts on their cards. So you
Cool.
could trade time frame against time frame that way. And if it got late in the day, you could say, this pit is so long. They want to go home flat. They're going to turn sellers at some point. And you could take advantage of that. That's part of what I talk about when I talk about trading time frame against time frame. There was also, and I know Hoops, you've seen this happen. You're standing next to somebody and he buys 10 at 8. He buys 10 more at 6. He buys 10 more at 4. He buys 10 more at 2. And you know that he's just praying that this market will turn around and get him back to break even. And when somebody's in a situation like that, when they finally break and liquidate that position, you want to be on the other side of it because you know it's a low.
Yeah.
And it's not nice, but
No.
you saw this happening to people. And, in a way, when they finally decide to get out, you're letting them out, but you're just letting them out in a really bad spot and a good spot for you. But you could see that happening while, in real time, while people were standing there, just, they liked them at 8,
Just
they loved them
coiling
at
up.
6, they loved them at 4, they loved them at 2. And when it goes even offer, they're puking. You want to be on the other side of those.
Hope,
That's still one of
did
my
you
favorite
ever
ones.
get the biggest thing I think that ever happened to me was when I had the gold badge and I could walk in different pits, and obviously the hogs and the bellies is where I kind of maintained, but I'd stroll over to the cattle. And when I trade the cattle pit, and they'd get very busy, the one mistake I ever made is yell, "Buy them." And what happens when you say buy them, Hogue?
You take them
When
all.
you don't put a quantity on it.
Oh, really?
You take them all.
Yeah, you take them all. So I took a 50 lot. And obviously they knew thank God they knew my brother. So some guys let me out, without too much pain. But those are, it's no different than fat fingering and not realizing that you were trading micros. You had a 10 lot queued up, then you went to the regulars on your screen and forgot to change your quantity change. How many guys have done that?
And you got 10
You know,
eggs.
Yeah.
The verbal version.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could do that. It's like the verbal version
Yeah.
of fat fingering a trade.
Yeah.
That's pretty
But,
funny.
if a broker was offering 10 and you say buy them, he can't say 50.
Right.
He has to put out the number, and you only have to take what he put out.
Yeah.
Hoop, MP did that, and he got a 300 lot.
Oh,
You heard that story, correct?
yeah. I mean,
I'll have to ask MP about that.
and that's ruthless.
Yeah.
But that's that's kind of, that was initiation, it's just like, I mean, I never realized, I mean, I knew who Louis Borsellino was until I really, like I said, I kind of share these things a lot in Discord with the guys in VIP. But you don't realize how a guy like that could muscle, an entire pit of 50 traders, because if if he goes even bid, most often everybody else is going to go even bid with him.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Well, Eddie, since you're here, can we do an on this
I'm here.
day?
Yes, we got some time for on this day, so let us hit the flea market magic gong and get us prepared here and go back into time. All right, on this day, January 16th, 1919, the 18th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution prohibiting the manufacture, sale, or transportation of intoxicating liquors for beverage purposes. Ratified by the requisite number of states on January 16th, 1919. The movement for prohibition of alcohol began in the early 19th century when Americans were concerned about the adverse effects. Drinking began forming temperance societies. By the late 19th century, these groups had become powerful political force campaigning on the state level, calling a total national abstinence. In December 1917, the 18th Amendment, also known as the Prohibition Amendment, was passed by Congress and sent to states for ratification. And 1 year after its ratification, prohibition went into effect on January 17th, 1920. The nation became officially dry. And the reason before that, a lot of people profited on that, especially guys named Al Capone. Bada bing, bada boom. Kingpins like Al Capone were able to rake in about $100 million each year, thanks to the overwhelming business opportunity for illegal booze. And the term organized crime did not exist until the Prohibition. One thing I want to add here is my great grandmother. She used to tell stories about bathtub gin, and I looked it up and checked it out. She used to make bathtub gin, and she would catch the trolley on Ogden, go downtown. She'd stuff 2 bottles in her brassiere. She'd sell the 2 bottles, catch it back home, and start another one. Now, bootleggers leased small stills to families to make illegal liquor at home, and that was called bathtub gin because of the high proof spirit was cut with water from their bathtub faucets. So there you have it. There is our on this day, and on this day today, sad news also. Our good friend, heartbroken here to announce that Brewers icon, Baseball Hall of Famer Bob Uecker has passed away today at the age of 90. So, yep, it's a sad day. But anyway, keep that smile, and we're going to return this back to Dolby time. Back to you, Dolby. Thank you.
I guess that's why they call it Dry January.
Yeah, right?
Yeah. Well, Eddie made me a little bit thirsty there.
Or some Doritos.
Yeah. Oh, no, I mean, my great grandmother, she used to do that. That's how they would sort of make a little extra money. A lot of people did that you didn't know about.
Have you guys seen that show, Boardwalk Empire? Steve Buscemi?
Oh, he's great.
I haven't watched it. I got to watch it, though. It's on the list.
He's awesome.
Well, tell us about it. What are they doing bathtub gin?
No, disconnected right when it got good.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
It's a great show, though.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, James. Any commentary on it? Should we watch it, or should I watch? What was that other Western show on HBO? What was the other one?
Yeah,
it was older. Deadwood. Watch Deadwood.
Deadwood. Oh well, yeah, Deadwood's good too.
All right, Boardwalk Empire. It is. It sounds like. Coming up next, I think we lost Matt, but we do have. Well,
one thing we do want to kind of talk about with Matt here. Now that Matt is back.
Oh,
he's out in California, and thank goodness, Matt, that you're safe, your family's safe, and hopefully everybody you know is safe. But there's a lot of folks out there that are facing some incredibly difficult times right now. We want to make sure and take a moment to let you know. Of course, everybody at Topstep, all the users. I mean, everybody is thinking about everybody out in California right now. But at Topstep, we're not just about trading. It's always about the community, right? In times like these, we want to make sure you can focus on what truly matters, and your safety and your health is, of course, the only thing that truly matters. If you are unable to trade or in need of any type of support with your Topstep subscriptions or accounts, we're here to help. Start a chat with Wendy. Trader support will handle your needs on a case-by-case basis, so we can try to get everybody the help that they need as far as trading and Topstep and all of that is concerned. And of course, blessings, prayers, and comfort to everybody who is in the way and at risk out there in California. Just a terrible situation. It should never happen. Unfortunately, it is, but we are here to help in any way that we can.
Amen to that.
Yeah. Well said.
Well said.
Matt, you're back.
Absolutely. Hi. I thought my joke just completely killed the vibe here because no one was.
Sorry,
talking
I got bumped too. So.
No. Wait. Now we need the punchline. So what's the punchline before we get out of here?
There wasn't one. That was the problem. Yeah.
There wasn't one.
You were talking about Boardwalk Empire, right?
Yeah. Isn't there Boardwalk Empire?
Yeah.
Yeah, great show.
Something Boardwalk Empire? No? No, not finishing it? Okay.
Watch it.
Anyways.
And there.
We tried. We'll bring it back, Matt. You can tell another joke next time if you want. We'll have you.
All right. Yeah, we'll write something.
Okay. Next time, Matt is going to come back on Topstep TV. He will deliver a joke and a punchline and not get cut off.
100%.
Hogue, thank you so much for that message, and definitely prayers out to all those in LA. Matt, glad to see you're doing okay. Still unfortunate you have a cough, but just a reminder that scary thing is it's out there. It is out there. Hopefully that's all getting taken care of. But coming up next, we do have JD is back in the house recovering from the Chicago cold. I had it, Andre had it, JD had it. And we got coming up for Shoulder Tap. We'll be with Ben, and then Lunchbox trading with Hogue. Maybe we can find some trades for the house account. Matt, it was a pleasure. Look forward to seeing kind of your continued experience with your Express funded account. And please let us know if you dig it out. We'd love to get you back on again and follow up. But that's what we got for this segment. Let's move on to...
Tell your kids Hogue says they're unbelievable artists.
Thank you. I will. You know, this is how I know my daughter loves me, because every time she draws a picture of me, she just like gives me an epic haircut. Like I have full head of hair and like, you know,
flowing,
nice time and everything. So I will. Thanks, Hogue.
Beautiful.
That's awesome. Well, Hogue, you're not going anywhere, so keep your butt in that seat. So we got actually no, you are leaving. JD and Ben are up. I'm so sorry. JD and Ben are up for Shoulder Tap. See ya.
Alex Vieira, a Beijing bronze medalist. On the switch right, double 10, double Japan. Into the first there is double 16s. With that safety grab, let go a little bit early. Slows things down for the right side, cork 10. Match 6, switch, left 10. Some beautiful combinations into this left 16. Right 16. Gets the tail grab and the trademark pole swing. He moves up into first place for Alex Vieira. 94.75 from the judges.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It is time for the shoulder tap. You know what this means. We're going to roast. We're going to toast a couple traders. We got Ben from the risk management team here with us today. We got some traders in the red. We got some traders in the green today. A lot of chop going on. But Mr. Ben, how's it going, my man? What is happening in the world of our live funded traders today? Who's up? Who's down? Who's making magic happen? Who's getting tossed to the side? What's up?
Yeah, JD, there's a lot less magic today than there has been recently. I know the last time we were on earlier in the week, I called it a heat check day. I think we've got another one of those. The most popular product that is traded at Topstep is the Nasdaq, NQ specifically, the E-mini. So, I think that has been pretty much pinned, relatively tight range since the New York Open, and we've seen a lot of traders struggling with that. I think equities in general haven't moved much. There looks like a little bit of movement in gold. So, it's been tough. I know a lot of traders, based on the live boards, probably wish they had, taken the day off or, taken a different direction, profits earlier. It's easy to look in the rear view and say, woulda, coulda, shoulda. But, some of our best live traders at the daily lost them it today. Tough day. I'll give you a couple quick highlights. Looks like Nick for a takes up 550. Good to see. We do have Jamel up $9,000. He's been up most of the day, fluttering around that $10,000 mark.
Nice week
Richard
for Jamel.
up, big day, big week. Overall, a good start to the year from Jamel. Got Richard up 2,600. Timothy at the top of the boards today with 14,700 profit. Paul up 4,700, and then Andrew D up 10,700. So a couple of bright spots, but generally much more red across the board than we've seen most days this year. So that's what happens. That's how it goes in the markets, and we'll continue to let you know good days, bad days, and everything in between. So those are the P&L updates. We do have some trading cards prepared. Unless you have anything else you want to cover first, JD, we can just jump right in.
I was just going to mention, it's a range trader's delight today. If you're a buy and hold or sell and hold type of trader, it may not be the best type of environment for you. We are moving sideways, making some pretty big swings, but for the most part, drifting sideways. This is a range type of day. All right, let's get into those trading cards, Ben. Who do you want to talk about first?
Yeah, let's pull up Tomas first. So Tomas is trading with us from Slovakia, and I've seen this trader populate a number of times on our boards. Positive P&Ls, nothing over and above. Truly like knock your socks off. Obviously, there's a $10,000 winning day here out of 23, and that accounts for a good chunk of the profits in this account. But the average daily P&L being $611. Is great. I was delighted to see this trader is putting up that kind of consistent profitability in the micro Nasdaq exclusively. So they're not trading the NQ, only trading MNQ. They've been with us since February of last year, and had a really good performance thus far. Did well in the XFA, got called up to live. Would have been 24 trading days ago, and the numbers here are incredibly healthy, JD. I love this, sweet spot, a little bit north. If you, I think the best are, north of just north of 40%. Right around that 2-to-1 reward over risk. That means that, you're really taking down more than you're risking, and still, winning frequently enough to, not end up in a kind of a death spiral or too tilted or anything like that. I think on the extremes of that, um, reward over risk and win rate relationship, it can be really difficult to deal with the emotions and the streaks that, that you get out of those extremes. So somewhere in that Goldilocks zone is what we like to see on the risk team. And Tomas is, dead nuts on it, at, like I said, 2-1, and then a 40+% winning trade percentage coupled with a winning day percentage, right on the same dot. And we love seeing that. When are you walking away on the day? What are you walking away with? What does that look like compared to your average losing day? And this trader's extremely risk minded. You can tell, from trading the micro product, rather than the e-mini size. But on top of that, the average winning day is almost $4,100. Average losing day, $2,000. So is not, like so many other traders we see, is not hitting that daily loss limit as their average. In order to be successful with your daily loss limit being your average losing day, you have to make quite a bit of money on those winning days to outpace that. And this trader is not using all of that risk on a regular basis, and walking away with $4,000 plus on an average winning day. So I really can't sing enough about the statistics here. Very pleased with what Tomas is doing. It's a serviceable model, and as long as he can keep emotions in check, I think above all else, any changes to the big changes to market conditions, or any number of things that might roll up under the tires, this year, as long as he's staying risk focused, he's going to be able to stick around in this account and continue to post, consistent profits. So I think the biggest battle for Tomas will be up here, especially if he puts up, a few more of those, $10,000 winning days, which is his best day so far. That can mess with you. It's going to mess with the best of them. You start pushing those new highs in your account balance in your top winning day. Greed can start to bark at you a little bit, but if he can stay grounded and find ways to manage that, I don't see any reason from these statistics why this trader won't continue to do it, well into the future. So wanted to share a bright spot in the live pool right now at Topstep. Really good stuff out of Tomas. What are you seeing that you like on your end, JD?
Well, as Hogue would say, this trader is definitely keeping the math on his side. You don't need a huge win rate when your risk reward is where it's at. I mean, you nailed it. 43% win rate, 2-1 risk reward. That's a profitable trader in the long run. So and he's taking payouts. $9,000 payout earlier this month. Earlier this year, I should say. Earlier this year, it's the 16th. January 3rd, took a $9,000 payout. So big on Tomas, taking that money to start the year. Got a nice cushion. I'm not worried about this trader at all whatsoever. This guy's sounds like Tomas has a good head on his shoulders, knows what he's doing, and yeah, just keep it consistent. Stay away from those DLLs, which he has been, and you're in good shape. Nice job, Tomas.
Yeah, definitely. One last quick piece about Tomas, and maybe clear up any confusion that might show up around the that 30 trades per day. That's sometimes that can register, in our systems that as individual trades, when most likely it's someone scaling into that position. And trading the micros, I can feel pretty confident that that's what Tomas is doing. Scaling into that position, or adding to it when it's working for him. And then holding that for 4 times as long as on the winners as he is on the losers. So again, thinking about things at a risk forward mindset, really considering what you can lose first, and then when you're right, letting that work out in your favor is all reflected up and down this trade report. So really good model here. Something I think is for newer traders can definitely be pursued if this is something that these statistics feel like there's something that could be comfortable for you. Similar strategy. that emulates this or yields these kinds of numbers, I think it's very sustainable. Especially trading the micros. So last bit there, and unless you have anything else, JD, we can keep moving to our next card.
Nope. Let's move on. Who's up next?
Next up, we've got Andrew. So interesting thing here is Andrew's up $10,700 today. Now the session's not over. At last check, he's flattened the account. So love to see Andrew walk away with that big of a winning day, and that'll really help buffer some of these statistics that you're seeing. But prior to today's trading session, that average daily P&L being minus $900. Even in consideration of today's performance, I think we definitely have quite a bit of room for improvement here. And one of the largest changes or issues that I think could be rectified is leaning into that daily loss limit to the degree that he's doing. So, the average losing day is down $3,400. That's in excess. That's beyond what the daily loss limit is. So, he's really putting on a large position. Usually one trade a day, and just counting on being backstopped by that daily loss limit. Just as we said in the last card, that type of trading, you have to have a high win rate or make a lot of money on a per trade basis, or some combination of the two, in order to have enough escape velocity to really build off of your base in a way that doesn't knock you out of the game, account balance wise. So the other somewhat concerning piece is the amount of time, and this just reinforces the sizing situation. The amount of time being held in these positions, we're talking minutes, right? 4 minutes on the winners and 3 minutes on the losers. So a lot of traders, I really believe this, JD. I think a lot of traders have good or at least serviceable, technical analysis skills. They can read a chart, they can identify support, resistance, trend lines, whatever, moving averages, whatever it is that they're using to, pick a good spot in the market to do business, right? I think most traders, that skill set is not particularly difficult to acquire. I think what happens is, just like we were talking about, I feel like a broken record, fear and greed start yelling at you, and you have success one day and you want to triple your size for the same setup, and you're just not, just because you can trade 15 lots in a 150K account does not mean that you should. Tomas is a great example of that. He's trading the micro products. He's giving those trades room to work. And, I think Andrew probably would see a turnaround if simply cut the position size in half, doubled the stop, and gave himself 2 shots a day instead of 1. Inherently, he's going to be able to, I know that some of these days he hit that daily loss limit. He was probably right on the idea, but he had so much risk, he wasn't able to see that all the way through, right? He didn't give it space to operate. I'll give a quick nod to, the volatility considerations that every trader should be making in their trading decisions. You really need to factor in volatility of a particular market. There's a lot of ways to do that. You can look at ATR, you can look at Bollinger Bands, Keltner channels. There's a bunch of different indicators and measures that you can use. Identify what is more or less volatile compared to what you've seen over the last couple of days, 10 days, month, whatever it is. Using that to adjust your position size accordingly will go a long way in giving your correct trade ideas room to actually get across the finish line and close out in profit. So definitely something that I think Andrew could benefit from, especially given today's performance. If he locks in this $10,000 day, he's going to have a lot of room to go. And, we want to see improvements. We want to see success from all of our traders. And I think Andrew, couple of these, if we turn the dial, 1 quarter turn this way, I think that'll really improve his statistics overall, and hopefully create a positive average daily P&L for this live account. So, definitely someone who's got potential, and we want to see him turn it around.
Yep. as far as account management goes, from that P&L high of 28,375, he's given back 2/3 of this account in I want to say 10 trading days here, which just isn't sustainable. Work on Andrew, if you're listening, maybe work on setting a daily loss limit. I see some real erratic loss days here, anywhere from $1,000 down to $4,500 losing days. Stick to a daily loss limit. Work on your sizing. Try and control some of that risk just a little bit better. Other than that, I mean, your winning days are solid. You just got to get away from those big losers. They're killing you. That's my 2 cents. Work on that account management and risk management. Otherwise, I don't see much wrong.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Sometimes it's like I said, you just got to turn the dial a big move one direction. I would say that Tomas a little more refined trading, at least what we've seen in the trade reports, and I wouldn't touch the dial if I were him, but everyone has to make adjustments over time. We're talking about little tweaks, right? Minor adjustments. Okay, are market conditions changing? With this, I think Andrew's got a lot of juice he can get out by just cutting that position size in half, doubling the stop. That would go a long way. So yeah, Andrew, you got this. And I want today to reinforce bad behavior, right? Just because you made 10,700 doesn't mean that we should continue because we've seen this movie before. Trust me. I know JD has. I'm looking at these accounts every day. Trading with this style, the odds are not on your favor that you'll be in this live account, 90 days from now. So take that to the bank and make some changes. And I think profits are headed your way, my friend.
Be the exception, Andrew. Be the exception. Turn it around. All right, Ben. Anything else we want to talk about while we're here? We got a couple minutes left.
Not
market's still drifting sideways.
Yeah, there's not a ton of action in the markets. That's I guess one other piece about that, JD. For those individuals that struggle with a range day versus a trend day, those whether it's ATR or other volatility measures, those can help you identify, are we in a range, are we expanding, and you can be earlier in the session that I think you can identify the likelihood of a trend day versus a range day, the better off you'll be. A ton of traders want to take trades, at the open or around CPI, like we saw yesterday. They want to be involved in that action, and they want to have that. I think it's a quick hit of dopamine. Really, is the reasoning behind it. Unless you've got you're trading, at 8:30 a.m. Central every day, probably that you're looking for that dopamine hit rather than letting the market settle, trading off of a level, managing your risk, and giving that trade a good opportunity. So don't want to reach necessarily, but I've seen a lot of behavior like that over the last couple of days. With some of these volatile opens or news releases or whatever it is. So take that for what it's worth, and we want to see you stick around long enough in the session to really have a nice quality setup that you can place a trade against.
Yep. Try and stay out of your own way. Ask yourself: Are you holding on to a trade because you want to be right or because you want to make money? There's a huge difference there, and it gets difficult for some traders to wrap their brains around what their expectations are when they get into a trade and they're holding it for a long period of time and the market's moving against them. Is it better to be right, or is it better to make some money and cut some losses and get on the right side of the market? So something to consider for everybody. Stick around, folks. We have Tim, our guy Tim, just dropped a link in the chat. We got Lunchbox Trading coming up next with Hogue and me. So if you got a question for either Hogue or myself, go ahead and grab that link, click on it, and submit your question. We'll do our best to get to it. With that, we got some movement in the markets right now. We are drifting a bit lower for the moment. Ben, great to see you. I wanted to tease what we're going to talk about tomorrow, but we'll just keep it a secret. We're going to have a nice shoulder tap tomorrow to end the week. It should be pretty interesting. But thanks for spending some time with us, Ben. Appreciate your time as always. Enjoy the rest of your day. We will catch you tomorrow. Stick around, folks. We got Lunchbox Trading coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Thanks, JD.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It is that time of day, formerly known as group trading, group coaching, pardon me. This is now lunchbox trading. You got me, you got the Hogue, and yourselves. We got some of your questions. There's a form pinned in the chat, not pinned in the chat, but there's a link in the chat right now that Tim Mitchell has posted a couple of times. Grab that link. If you got a question for either Hogue or myself, go ahead and take that link, click on it, submit your question. We'll get to it. Hogue, what is happening today? No trades in the house account. Kind of quiet on the trading side from our end, but the markets
Yeah.
there's some
I
movement.
mean, we had Jared and Nick for a tick on, and they took a few trades, during fast markets. I mean, most of them weren't. I mean, they weren't profitable trades. I wasn't feeling them, so we didn't take them in the house account. When we did have opportunities in the house account, there was a lot going on. I didn't have the chance to talk to the traders about doing them. So we ended up really just kind of hanging out and watching for the majority or all of the fast markets segment. And that's okay. I mean, you don't have to trade. Trading is a choice. If we chose not to trade, that's all right. Again, our good traders had a rough morning. That's okay. I see that Nick for a tick is now up money on the day, which is great. He's recovered his losses and is now profitable. But again, when we had the failed upside auction in the S&Ps, we were talking about something else. When we had the failed downside auction in the Nasdaq, we were looking at that, and I know somebody who took that trade successfully, which was very nice. We're back at the IB low now in the Nasdaq, and we're really kind of looking for this market to remain somewhat range bound. But does it starting to look like we're getting a little bit of a head and shoulders here? Would this be our neckline right down here? JD, what do you think?
Oh yeah, that looks pretty accurate to me.
We'll keep an eye on this. We'll see if there's any opportunity, though. One of the best opportunities I saw today was in gold. Failed upside auction. Well, not a failed upside auction, but tested above weekly kickoff high 27.56. I'll make this bigger so we can all see it. And failing about 20 ticks of risk there to the low here is about 50 ticks of potential profit, 60 ticks of potential profit. So this was probably one of the better trades I saw today based off of one of the weekly kickoff levels. We'll see if it continues.
Nice.
Right now, I'm not seeing anything that I really feel like I want to jump into, although we are testing that failed downside auction in the NASDAQ.
Yep.
Let's see what happens here. We got the failed upside auction in the S&Ps. We got the failed downside auction in the NASDAQ. Looking for it to remain rotational. But again, if we're looking at this 30-minute chart, we do have that potential head and shoulders, possible continuation to the downside. What do you think?
That's what it's looking like right now. Like you said, below initial balance low right now, we're seeing some strong momentum to the downside. Heavy selling pressure.
Where's our
We had a
risk?
couple opportunities. A couple decent opportunities to short at weekly kickoff high in the Nasdaq today. Weekly kickoff high at 21,460. That was an excellent. That was an excellent level twice today. That orange box that I drew there.
Losing
that orange box there is.
Here.
Yeah. Yeah, you're looking at my chart right now. That orange box is your initial balance range, the high and the low.
There you go.
That downward channel. That we've basically drifting sideways to lower intraday throughout the course of the day. So that's what that channel represents. So we're seeing some more follow through to the downside. Just put in a new regular trading hours low. Or new low in general.
My first thought is we're going to remain range bound. I'm so tempted to trade into this short, but I don't think that. I think my first idea is probably the right idea. Let's see how this plays out. And let's answer a couple of questions.
Back inside initial balance, possibly take the long. So we never finished the special situation play in the NASDAQ. We had the failed downside auction, came back to settlement price, hung around there for a little bit, tested a VWAP for a few minutes, and then fell right back off below initial balance low again. All right, Hogue, you want to take a question?
Yes, they are.
All right, Leon says, hey, I'm trading well to the point that I'm so close to finish line, and I lose the account. This is the second time this has happened. Any advice? Getting real close to the finish line and then losing the account when you're right there. You're a couple feet from crossing that line, and it all falls apart. We've heard this story quite a few times, right, Hogue?
Oh, yes. Yeah, we've heard it a couple of times this week. I think VWAP George was talking about this yesterday during VIP Lounge. That was yesterday during VIP Lounge. He was talking about the fact that he was really, really close to succeeding in the trading combine. He was a couple $100 away. And he was like, this is the danger point now. I'm just really close to succeeding in the trading combine. This is where it gets really hard because it's very difficult to keep your focus on looking for good trade locations, good trade opportunities, when all you really want to do is make that couple $100 to succeed in the trading combine. We hear this quite a bit. I mean, the idea would be, and never saying any of this is easy, is to forget about the fact that you only got $200 till you're successful in the trading combine and look for the next good trade. Let the next good trade come to you. Don't look for a trade. Let the next good trade come to you. Hopefully that'll be the trade that's going to take you over that level. But if you focus on achieving that level, that becomes your focus, and you lose focus on actually looking for good trade locations. JD, what are your thoughts on this?
I couldn't agree more. When you start seeing the sunlight through the tunnel, I hate to say it, that's when the doom think starts seeping in. But just stick to what you're doing. Don't go crazy trying to size up and size down. Just continue to do what you're doing. Trust the process, and you will eventually get there. I know the thought process starts to shift, thinking about the prospect of starting to take those payouts, making the real money, have an actual skin in the game. But I mean, I know it's easier said than done. You really just got to do your best to stay calm, be patient, continue waiting for those good trade setups, and then get over the finish line. Don't even look at your P&L for a couple days if that's what your problem is. Just turn it off and focus on making good trades and good trading decisions. That's it.
JD, this is something that I know you've heard me talk about this a lot. For a while in the S&Ps, my goal was to make 40 ticks a day. And let's say I'm up 38 ticks. And even my clerk says, hey, you're up 38 ticks today. That's close enough. Let's just go. Let's call it a day. That's your goal. You're good. And I'd say, nah, just let me whip up a couple of more ticks just to make sure I felt like I achieved my goal. And if that next trade was a loss, it usually spiraled from that point forward. Now I'm not even thinking about looking for good trades. I'm thinking about getting that money back, getting back the 40 ticks and taking the rest of the day off. Ruined a lot of good days. Sometimes it ruined good weeks on that day just because I had to make that extra couple of bucks and lost focus on looking for a good opportunity and focused on the money instead of the process. Dakota says it. Focus on the process, not the profit.
And that's why I said easier said than done, because it happens to all of us, and sometimes it's just flat out unavoidable. But try and do your best to stay out of your own way. Get out of your own way, and just focus on making good trading decisions, and everything else will fall into place eventually. All right, guys. Check back in on the markets here. Still hovering around the lows. Oh, we were talking about it. What do you think? Is this a cheap long opportunity right now? I don't know. What are you thinking? Oh, Hogue's on mute. Hogue is on the mute.
We haven't succeeded totally in the value area special situation where the TPO chart comes in. That takes us all the way down to 21,266.
21,266.
Do we take a short here and use IV low 336 as our risk? It's 20 points of risk. Short of one lot?
Yeah,
So we're
yesterday's
losing it
value
now.
area low at 299. So we're still in range in value from yesterday.
Yeah, I see TPO value as 220, 266.
266. Okay.
I think
Must feel weak, doesn't it?
we're kind of losing our risk management if we're talking about this too much and not getting in.
Talk about getting out of your own way. Yeah.
Yep.
That was a good short that we just missed. Might see a bounce here. What's our risk if we were getting short right here, Hogue?
I would want to see it stay below the IB low, which is 336.
336. That's 25 points right now. You like it? I'm going to join the ask.
I mean, my initial thought is staying range bound today, but I wasn't expecting this range extension.
Mm-hmm. And we got it.
So 36. We've got an offer and it's 316.
316. That'll give you a nice 25 points, right? Or
Right. Right. We'll see if we get a pullback to that. Otherwise, we'll look for the next opportunity.
sounds good. I like it.
It's already heading away from us. We spent too much time talking.
We did. That's what we do here. We talk.
I love you, JD.
Rui wants to know, hey, question for JD. On the top 25, there are traders with average winning day that says null. I don't understand how that is possible. You know why that is? Thank you. On the big board, we do average. Well, there's a couple different reasons it could happen. It could be a trader's first day in the live funded account, and they started with a nice, decent size initial balance or starting balance, and they haven't made a trade yet, or not a trade that's been documented for the big board yet. So a few of the statistics could say null next to the name. Also, we track stats going back 30 days. Maybe the account has been dormant for a little while, but they're still holding on to a decent balance in the account that's keeping them in the top 25. So there's a couple different reasons why it will say null. It all has to do with trading activity. Hope that helps you out, Rui. All right. Stefan's got a question about the subscription. Topstep Trading Combine. Do I get a free reset when I blow up my account before paying the monthly subscription? For every month you get a free reset before your billing date or after your billing date. So if you do happen to blow up your account prior to your billing date, you are allowed one free reset per billing cycle. So they're actually working on allowing you to bank these free resets. So that's coming out real soon. I know MP has talked about it in the past. So just keep your ears open because we're always making changes. But yeah, you are allowed one free reset per billing period if you happen to blow up your account. Did I get that right, Hogue? I feel like I got that right.
Yes, I believe that's correct. If your trading combine is
ineligible for funding, yes,
ineligible at your billing date, you'll get a free reset. I believe that's correct.
Yep. Gabe's in the background. It doesn't get applied until your rebuild date, until after your rebuild date.
Right.
So.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Hmm.
Satinder wants to know, Hogue, how do you handle losing days? What steps do you take to regroup and get back into the markets the next day? Oh, man, what a move. Damn, Hogue.
Yep. Yeah.
It was a trade.
That's why you got to do it when you first think about it.
Yep.
All right, now we're getting extension in the S&Ps below the IB low. I've canceled that offer. I'm going to see if we've got about 10 minutes. If we open the next 30-minute bar below the IB low in the S&P is 59.73 quarter, then I would look for a continuation in the S&Ps as well. Starting to really. Did somebody say something? Is there something that we're missing here? Goolsby did speak here
I
a
don't see
few minutes
anything on
ago.
my. I've had my news up. I don't see anything coming across, but
Goolsby 12. Yeah, I'm more comfortable that the labor market is stabilizing, less worried about unemployment turning into something worse. Nothing really about rates or anything like that, but he did just mention these things at 1246 and 1247 respectively. I'll keep an eye on that.
Mhm.
We'll see what happens here.
Follow-up question
All
in the
right.
chat, Hogue. Someone wants to know if you're allowed to reset XFAs. You cannot reset funded level accounts, folks. Sorry about that.
No.
If you're at the funded level and you blow that account up, then you start over from the beginning.
Yep. Yes, sir. So, handling losing days, what steps do you take to regroup and get back into the markets the next day? I mean, first off, you got to understand you're going to have losing days. It's just part of trading. You know, this is an ambiguous environment. We don't know what's going to happen.
Mhm.
Handling losing days to me is easier now because I know I'm only going to lose a certain amount. In the pit, and sometimes if you have your own account, you're going to want to set some sort of daily loss limit for yourself because it's not that hard to take a bad day and turn it into a disaster. That's one thing you don't want to do. After a disaster day, you're gonna need to take some time off. You're gonna need to step away for a few days, let all that venom go, because that venom isn't gonna hurt the markets. It's only gonna hurt you. But
Mhm.
just a normal trading day where I take a loss isn't gonna be that big of a deal to me, and I don't allow myself to have those disaster days anymore. I'm too old for that shit. I can't do that anymore. Can't do that anymore. So, it's just a matter of acceptance, forgiveness. Because, I mean, if you're mad at the market, or if you're mad at the dog, or if you're mad at somebody else, Dad always used to tell me, half the people you're mad at don't know you're mad, and the other half don't give a shit. It only
Mhm.
affects you if you're mad. If you're holding venom in your veins, it's going to kill you. It's not going to kill anybody else. So you got to learn to
Yeah.
be able to let go of that anger, forgive yourselves, forgive yourself, because forgiveness is for you. It's not for everybody
Yep.
else. Somebody wrongs you. Yeah, you can forgive them, but don't forget that forgiveness does nothing for them, but it does a lot for you because you're not going to be holding that venom in your veins, and that venom is acid. It's toxic. It's a disease. You don't want to hold that. So find a way. Some people like exercise. Some people trying to find a healthy way. There were a lot of traders that found unhealthy ways to handle losing days. We don't suggest doing that at all, of course, but find a
Yep.
way. Maybe it's meditation, maybe it's prayer, maybe it's exercise, maybe it's taking a walk, maybe it's walking the dog, maybe it's petting the dog, maybe it's having a ham sandwich and a glass of milk. Whatever it is, find a way to let go and come back the next day with as little anger and venom in your veins as you possibly can. Have a good
I
day.
will
You
always
can
be
take
on.
care of a lot.
I'll always be on Team Ham Sandwich, Hogue. I think the best
Ham
part
sandwich.
of those. I think the best part of that quote is half the people don't care. So
That's right. That's right.
half the people don't know you're mad at them, and the other half don't care that you're mad at them. That's the important thing.
No.
Uh, your your feelings don't always project on other people the way you want them to, and yeah, a lot of people just don't care. So keep that in mind and be a little kinder to yourself.
Remember, forgiveness is for you.
All right, we're seeing a little bounce here, just a little one.
Yeah.
You still like the short, Hogue?
Yeah. No.
You want to be you don't want to be short in a power hour by any chance?
I don't. the S&Ps, which is the larger of the broadest of the indices, right? And this is 500 stocks. The S&Ps looked above the IB, found a failed upside auction. What they're doing now is putting a potentially failed downside auction right up against 59.72, which is the weekly kickoff high. Did we reach did we? No, we did not finish the value area special situation play in either of them. Got pretty. Oh yeah, actually we did in the Nasdaq. Nasdaq traded down to 21,262. Value TPO value low was 266. So we finished the value area special situation play in the Nasdaq according to the TPO charts. That's good. That's important. What is important in the S&Ps, however, is the fact that we looked above the IB, left a failed upside auction, leaving a failed downside auction brings us to rotational trade. The one thing that I'm concerned about is the fact that we did not trade to value low from yesterday, which is 59.63 half. Stopped a little bit short of that. 59.63 half, 63 half. On TPOs, it's basically this late spike lower from the 7th of January. It was a little supportive yesterday, maybe a little bit supportive today if we do get down to check that value low. But right now, with both the sides of the initial balance being extended, the probability is range bound. So no longer interested in the short in the Nasdaq, simply off of what we're seeing in the S&Ps. If I'm focusing strictly on the Nasdaq, it's still a valid short as long as we stay below the IB low, which, by the way, is 21,336.
Yep. And if we were to pop back up there, would you consider using that as a level of resistance, possibly taking a short against initial balance low in the Nasdaq? Is that a viable play?
Let's see what happens here in the next few minutes here. I want to see where the S&Ps close this 30-minute bar. And if the NASDAQ opens this next 30-minute bar, leaving single TPOs below the previous low. So we open the next 30-minute below 21,317. That's going to leave single TPOs. Then I like the short again. I know it's complicated, isn't it?
If this, then that, then this, then this, then that.
Right. I mean, but that's how it works. If this, then that. And if this basically what I'm kind of going through in my head here, looks like we may not hold the IB low in the S&Ps. If we open the next 30-minute bar below the IB low, which is again 59.73 quarter, then we're leaving single TPOs below the IB low. As long as we stay below the IB low, that's a short. All right, let's see what else we got.
You want another question? We got time for one more.
Yeah, we got time.
What do you think? I see you hovering around line 128. You want to take that one?
128. Yeah, why not? We're kind of talking about that right now.
Yeah, we are. From Bergren. Bergren wants to know, how do you tell if it's going to be a range day? With volume or just price? And range days may not be all day, right? That is 100% correct. So we're seeing that right now. We're in a range for the better part of the day. We just broke out of that range to the downside a few minutes ago. So how do you tell if it's a range day? Well, you can do what Dolby does and just draw a box, and then you've got a range. If you look at my charts right now, I drew a box around our initial balance. That's the high and low of the very first hour of regular trading hours. You could tell that, you could see right there, we just traded sideways inside that box for a very good portion of the day. And just recently, did we make a move to extend our range to the downside and move outside of that range? So yeah, ranges, the market will always range until it stops ranging. I know that doesn't necessarily compete with a lot of people.
It's true though.
But when you're playing a range, you have to continue playing the range until it's time to stop playing the range, and the market will dictate when it's time to stop playing the range, like it did just a few minutes ago in the Nasdaq. You see that breakout to the downside. If you were playing the range, you probably would have taken the long at the bottom end of the initial balance there. Would you have been wrong? Yeah, but you know what your risk is when you're playing a range. Risk is mitigated. It's predetermined. These are typically what we would refer to as a cheap trade, playing the extremes of a range. You know where you're getting out.
Uh-huh.
You know what your risk is before you get into the trade. Therefore, it is a cheap trade. Would we have reversed automatically? Probably not. But we were eyeballing a short. We missed it. And now, I mean, the way I see it, I'm looking at this market. If we get a little pop back up to initial balance low, I would consider a short. I would consider that a cheap short,
Mm-hmm.
getting short against initial balance low. That's the bottom of that range.
Mm-hmm.
But Hogue, what's your take on it? We got 1 minute left.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hit us with it.
So, I mean, the sooner that you can determine whether a day is going to be range bound or directional, the better off you're going to be. There are two different strategies. What JD was just talking about is a range bound strategy. You fade the extremes. You sell against the high, you buy against the low. You do so ad nauseum until it proves to be wrong. How does it prove to be wrong? You get a breakout and continuation away from the current range. This does happen in multiple time frames. Okay. You can be looking at a 1 minute range that's part of a half an hour long directional move. So you got to keep that in mind. But typically, if the market opens in range and in value from the previous day, I'm gonna try and be patient because I feel like the probability is it's going to be somewhat of a range bound day. We open outside of the previous day's range and value. That's much more likely to be some sort of a range, or some sort of a continuation type day, even though part of the day, like you said, might actually end up being range bound. Overall, by the end of the day, I would be looking for some sort of direction, whether the direction is away from from previous value or back into previous value, which is exactly what we're doing right now in the S&P. We already traded to value low from yesterday in the Nasdaq. I don't know what we're going to do here in the S&Ps. We did not leave single TPOs below the initial balance in the S&Ps. However, we did leave single TPOs in the Nasdaq between 21,316 and 21,293. If we leave those single TPOs, it's a short that I just talked about, and we get back into range, then it becomes more of a range type situation. It's looking more and more like we're like our head and shoulders on this 30-minute chart here in the NASDAQ is going to continue to play. However, we missed our opportunity. That happens. We'll find the next one. JD, blessings to you.
Thank you, sir. Hey, I see a question in the chat from Preet. Preet locked out the account $20 away from hitting profit target to pass the combine and wants to know if we can unlock the account. Preet, you know, there's a very clear disclaimer when you lock your account that nobody can unlock it for you. The support team cannot unlock your account once you have locked it for the day. I do recommend setting a time rather than a full day lockout next time you do that. And make sure you read the disclaimer very carefully when you go to lock out your account. Sorry that happened to you, but
that's for a reason. If you're gonna lock out, you're probably at pretty good risk of jumping back in at some point and saying, maybe I can do this now. You locked out for a reason. You got to wait till tomorrow.
Yep. Or as Dakota would say, join me on slow markets, and I guarantee your account will be unlocked. All right.
There you go.
That's all the time. Pardon me. That's all the time we have for Lunchbox Trading. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be back with Back to the Futures. We got Coach Jay. Dolby Time's coming in. Hogue, thanks for joining us. Thank you. Thank all of you for your questions. Again, we're going to take a short break. Back to the Futures coming up next. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Order submitted. 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 Connection lost. Order submitted. 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 Order submitted.
Good morning, everybody. This is Connor from Futures Analytica bringing you guys another live futures trading session. We are, of course, going to be trading ES with the Polarity ATI. We're going to be starting the day out here in regression mode and arming it in both directions. We're going to be doing this because of this large amount of chop around this area, as well as this resistance level that's formed here. Or sorry, support level that's automatically marked by the Analytica Chart 4+. You can see here we got the formation of this new derived zone up here. It's going to be resistive at this point, which is going to highlight that we're likely to get chop around this area. However, of course, we can't trade just on that. We need to wait for the software to actually enter positions for us in that sense. So we're not going to be trying to bounce off of these lines here and take every single trade that we can get. We're going to wait for the software to do that for us. We just got filled into our first trade here. It was a short trade, and we end up winning that one pretty quickly. So you can see here that we're now at $408 on the day. Just got filled into a short position here. This is actually going to move us outside of that range that we had marked earlier. With the closing of that, that makes sense. We end up winning that one as well, bring us up to 816. We have gotten another consecutive fill this time in the long direction. It bounced right off of this derived zone as well. Let's see if we can win this one. Just won that one, up to $1,200 on the day now. Looks like we've kind of settled into a pattern in the markets here. We bounced off this range, and we're likely going to bounce off this one. However, of course, again, we have to wait for the software to confirm that for us. Just to show you guys here, we have our executions feed here with our actual account name, with timestamps, and of course, I'll move my chart trader around for you guys here to show you that this is in fact an actual account selection. Just got filled into a long position here. We ended up winning that trade as well, bringing us up to $1,600.32. We're still sticking with regression mode here. We're see we actually did get that bounce. I think that's actually where we got that trade. We're still sticking with regression mode here. We're see. Well, you obviously can't solely rely on these derived zones. They do provide a very strong indication of what's actually happening in the markets. You can see here we've actually exited this zone. We may have to switch to trend mode if we close above it. You can see that we have now been marked as a close on that point, so we no longer have this resistance level to trade off of. We're not going to switch out of regression mode just yet because we did poke right back down into it. Hey Carrie, so if with the new polarity release in a few days, the models that you've used and built during R9B will no longer be usable, but you will be getting a new prepackaged model. And if you have the same configuration in terms of your indicators and whatnot, you can absolutely use that on training a new model, but you shouldn't have to do that. Unless, of course, you want to train your own model. You can see here we got a new resistance line form here. Hey Matthias, your question was, how big of a role does CPU speed play when the market is really volatile? Because I've had some incidents in market replay where I feel like polarity wasn't so accurate on the entries. Hey Matthias, so I appreciate your question. I have to say on market replay, you're limited to 1 tick a second. So you're not actually going to be getting that accuracy you're looking for, but that doesn't actually have to do with polarity. That's unfortunately a NinjaTrader limitation. So with that being said, you will likely want to be trading on sim during real time. Unfortunately, there isn't really a workaround for that for NinjaTrader to get that full speed market replay. Hey Dino Grande, if purchaser of polarity is on our low latency VPS, you're saying that on a low latency VPS, I'm not sure if you're talking about Sierra Link, but if you are, then yeah, absolutely, you don't have to do anything. Everything's going to be pre-configured. But of course, if you're using your own VPS, you're going to have to configure that yourself because, of course, we don't have control over that VPS instance because that's from a third party. But if you're going through Sierra Link, yes, absolutely, that's the case. Hey, Chalabola. Yes, with the Sierra Link server, you do have access to support for the polarity system, meaning that CR Link does work on the VPS in its correct configuration. Volsky asked, I don't see the ES heuristic label on the orders tab. Why is that? I see it for NQ. Make sure you have a model loaded for ES. It's not going to be the same model for NQ. This individual asked, can it work for iOS? In theory, you could connect to a VPS on your iOS device through CR Link, but I don't recommend it just because that's not necessarily the most optimal way to trade on NinjaTrader. Hey, JZ Sides. On the provided template, you're using the ES template because that should show the same meta-derived zones. If you selected the NQ template and you tried to load up ES, you are going to see something different than me. But if you go to Workspaces and switch to the ES template, you should get the same meta-derived zones that I do. Hey Shazad, your question was that you had bought the software a long time ago, but you haven't had the chance to using it. I was hoping you could help me out with a quick question about the setup. I'm curious if it has the same layout as you have and if it works the same way when it comes to trading. Can you fill me in on that? Thanks. Yes, absolutely. You're doing the same, absolutely same trading setup as me, and you do get the template as well, so you don't have to worry about that. And Volsky, to answer your question, yes, there is a setting to change the number of trades that you're involved in the market. You can do that by using the machine learning setting to optimize on number of trades rather than on win rate. Hey, Russell, if you're waiting for the new version to come out in a few days, that's totally fine. But we aren't going to have the same price that we have right now. We currently have a 30% off discount, and then we're going to be ending that before that new version comes out, just because it's going to be a full release, and we think that it justifies the higher price. And if you have a Mac, you can, okay, if you actually have a Mac, that's going to be significantly easier than trading on a iPhone, like you said, on iOS. But Mac is very easy. You can use the VPS and whatnot. Hey, UCI owner. We actually posted a blog post detailing some updates on our VPS. We have switched providers. We've moved our actual hardware from a data center to another. So that's caused a little bit of a delay. But in regards to that, you are getting a 60% reduction in latency from our original posted latency. So with the CR plan, you're now going to be getting a 0.8 second one-time trip latency. So I'd say that's pretty substantial in regards to waiting an extra 10 days. So I'm sorry about that, but if you'd like to cancel before that, if you don't want to wait, that's completely fine. We completely understand that. You can shoot us an email and we'll do that with no questions asked. But if you do want to wait, we do have that significant reduction in latency coming. You can see here market is very, very flat. Even that's why we're in regression mode at this point. Hey, Colin Baptiste. Those workspace files are going to be located in a backup file, which is in the Polarity ML beta download. It's in a Dropbox link. Really slow market today. Much different than when we were trading earlier. There we go. Kind of a big candle here at 818. Maybe we'll start to get some volatility. Yeah, there we go. We just got filled into a long position here. Ended up winning that one. We're up to $2,000 on the day now. Hey, Russell. So the way that these updates work is that anyone who purchases at any point gets free updates for life. So the new versions comes out on June 10th, and that will be available for download, of course, for all users who bought before that. So if you want to secure your price now, you can go ahead and do that, and then you'll get that update on the 10th. Or you can wait till the 10th after it comes out, see what features we have exactly, and decide if it's right for you. But it's going to be that full price of $694.99 on stage 3. We're not going to be running a promotion at that point. Hey, Dean. Your question was, how beginner friendly is this system? So that really depends on you as a trader. I'd say that we've seen around a 2-week training period. If you actually know how to trade futures, if you're someone who understands how the futures contracts works, then it's very beginner friendly. But I'd say the issue here specifically is how leveraged futures is. So if you don't have any experience trading futures, the leverage that futures offers and kind of forces you into can really be very unnerving for a lot of people. So I'd say that if you have experience in futures, it's very easy to pick up comparatively to learning a different strategy. However, of course, with futures trading, there are a lot of inherent risks involved in it. So make sure you know exactly what you're getting into in regards to the instruments you're trading. But in regards to the system itself, as you can see, it's very basic, the inputs I'm doing. This is pretty obviously regression mode. You can see this is extreme chop at this point. And then if it's trending, you switch to trend mode. And you use the visual aids that are automatically marked by the Analytica Chart 4 Plus for you to do that. There we go. Just got filled into a long position. We're starting to pick up in volatility here. We're going to be switching it into trend mode, at least if we win this trade. If we lose this trade, we're going to switch it back to regression. We switched it to trend mode preemptively in preparation. I thought we were going to win that trade quicker than we did, but you can see here we're back to our fill. So we'll switch it back to regression. It looks like we're probably going to end up losing this one. We're very close to our stop loss here. Yeah, you can see that's our first loss of the day, which brings us down to 1750. Hey Zagorski, your question was, could you talk about the general behind about how your trading system works? Absolutely. So the way our trading system works is that the core principles are that we trade off of order flow imbalances, which are these highlighted numbers right here. These order flow imbalances are specifically aggressive market orders. These only show people who are prioritizing the speed at which they get filled over the price at which they get filled, meaning they've done a market order. So that's obviously different from a limit order where you really are okay with waiting before you get into a trade because you want to get a guaranteed price to get filled at. So market orders are only what's shown over here on these numbers here. So with that being said, we trade extreme increases in that. So you can see if there's a spike in these order flow imbalances around these levels, the system will, of course, it's not as simple as if there's a big number here, it just enters. There is, of course, the adversary detection calculation which occurs. And then on top of that, over the past 6 months, we have introduced a machine learning component to it. So we have machine learning determining what exactly constitutes a good entry or a bad entry. So it's pretty sophisticated at this point. It started out pretty simple, but since then we've added machine learning. It's become much more consistently profitable for me. But of course, we do have a actual introduction to the strategy in the form of a video. It's the most popular video on our channel. If you want to check that out, I believe it's in the description of this video. Let me check and see if that's true. Yeah, absolutely. So check out the description of this stream. It says, watch this video for an explanation and tutorial on what strategy I am trading. I just posted it in the chat for you. You can see we're really not getting almost any market movement. This is really what happens when we start a little bit later. Yeah, no problem, Adam. Thank you for the question. Thank you for the question. Your question was, what plan on Sierra Link is required to run polarity? So on Sierra Link, we have 3 plans, which are Alto, Strata, and Sierra. Sierra being the strongest and Alto being the most cost effective. That being said, though, we designed these plans to where you can run polarity on any of these plans with no problem. They are over-spec'd. Even our smallest plan is way over-spec'd for what you actually need for polarity. Of course, if you are trading or you're training the ML model manually and you aren't going to be using incremental learning only, the bigger plans are going to be able to do that a little bit faster. But that being said, they're all very, very competent plans. And the only real difference you're paying for is that slight reduction in latency as you go up. So if you really want the best system possible, you would probably want to opt for Sierra. But if that's out of your price range, I'd say pick something that's the most sustainable for you. And I'd actually recommend most people choose the 3-month Strata plan. But I say most customers do opt for the 3-month Sierra plan because we do have that pretty significant discount on that. We just got filled there, and we ended up winning that trade pretty quickly. We're up to $2,500 on the day now. Hey, Dean, my win rate is around 74 to 75% over the long term. Adam, yes, I am using an exit based on price behavior. So we have an automatic stop loss chase, meaning if price reaches 2 ticks in our direction in terms of profit on ES, we get a target chase. You can see here our stop loss is pretty far back, but once price moved up there and it approached our take profit, the stop loss moved towards the entry point. So this does minimize our losses when we do lose because as time increases since our entry, the win rate of our strategy decreases. Hey, Nitro Trader, your question was, do any futures prop firms that you know of allow for hyper scalping algos like Polarity? Yes, I actually have confirmed with both Topstep Trader, Apex Trader Funding, and Earn to Trade that our software is completely allowed on Apex, on all of those software or all those platforms. But I will say that you do want to avoid using the auto arm function on those, which just rearms the strategy automatically when it's outside of a predetermined range. Because those could be considered technically trading bots at this point, because you have to rearm the strategy manually after each trade. If you're not using the auto arm feature, they can't call that actually a bot. So those are completely allowed on those strategies. Also, these futures prop firms, they actually do accept sponsorships from other automated trading algorithms that are fully automated. So it makes me question truly how much they care about those rules. In my personal theory, you know, quote unquote off the record, is that they're trying to avoid people who are doing news arbitrage and latency arbitrage to get big wins at the expense of the futures prop firms. But absolutely, yeah. Sorry, guys, I missed out on that trade there. I was answering some questions, of course. But we ended up winning quite a few in a row there. We're up to $4,100 on the day now. SBH said, not a question, but Blue Sky also allows polarity. Thank you for letting me know about that. Yeah, absolutely. Blue Sky does allow that. I didn't know if I'd confirmed it personally with them, but I do appreciate you letting me know that you've confirmed it. So if anyone's wondering, Blue Sky does allow polarity as well. Hey Nitro Trader, no problem. And that you have an Topstep and Apex accounts with latencies of 60 ms. Is this too slow, and do I need a different feed? So I wouldn't say that the issue with Topstep accounts are not the latency. The latency of 60 milliseconds can be eliminated with a VPS. Of course, with Sierra Link, I'm going to recommend that because that's our own VPS. But really, any VPS where you're getting much lower latency with, of course, an automated strategy is going to help significantly. So you don't need a different feed with that. Rhythmic is actually just fine as if you're using a VPS. But I do recommend Sierra Link if you do want to shell out the money for that. We do have some pretty good plans in terms of synergizing specifically with Rhythmic. But with any VPS, you're going to be doing a lot better. Hey, Evan, that is my correct email. Hey, Green Gold. If you don't have anything yet in terms of software, you haven't purchased any footprint charts, I highly recommend getting the Stage 3 bundle. That's going to include everything that I have currently loaded on the chart now, and of course with polarity too. So the Stage 3 bundle, I say it's the best deal, especially with that extended Memorial Day discount that we're offering, which is a 30% off account. Hey Russell, CQG is absolutely perfect for our strategy. Sorry that this viewership experience isn't really that exciting. You can see we're obviously not getting very much volatility. But after saying that, of course, we got filled into a long trade, so that's pretty nice. There we go. Ended up winning that trade. Thought we were actually going to lose that one. We're up to $4,500 on the day now. Hey, Sosabulski. Sorry to get that to you, get you the answer late, but yes, I am doing that. Hopefully we can get one more trade here. I'm trying to get to our profit target of 5,000, but you can see we're really not getting filled into anything here. I think that ML has really deteriorated our imbalance volume and imbalance ratio. I think it's making it very difficult to enter trades at this point because of the low volatility. You know, guys, I think we're actually going to be calling it for the day here at $4,600. We had a pretty solid day. We've slowly climbed our way up. This is a little bit of a longer session due to this lower volatility. You can see we've been really hovering around the same price layer area. Just look at how atrocious this volatility is. But we've made a very slow downtrend there. But yeah, I do think that that's going to be it for today in terms of our stream. But make sure to tune in next week for our next stream, which is going to be on Monday. I believe we're going to be doing that a little bit earlier. So we're going to be starting the stream about 30 minutes after market open on Monday. So be sure to check that out if you're interested. And thank you guys for tuning in today. Appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session. We are trading ES today. We're going to be trading the last hour of the day. We're going to be starting out the day here by arming it in both directions. We're going to be inside of trend mode at this point, but we're looking to switch to regression pretty quickly. You can see here we had some chop around here at 12.13, 12.12 area, but we kind of have moved out of that. If we move back into it and get more bouncing off that zone, we are going to switch back into regression. Just got filled into a long position here. Let's see if we can end up winning this one. There is unfortunately some resistance there, but looks like we blew through it. But consecutively, right after we won that trade, we got filled into a short position, likely because of this zone up here. It's good that our take profit was only one above that zone there because we're able to take that win. If it was just one tick above that, though, we probably would have gotten stopped out. There you go. That's our first loss of the day, bringing us down to $116. But we just got filled into a long position, closing out that derived zone. We end up winning that one pretty quickly, bringing us back up to 524. We're making some progress here. You can see we're blowing through all of these derived zones here. It's good that we're in trend mode. Delta is maintaining its strength, but we did just get filled into a short position. And we end up winning that one. We're up to almost $1,000 on the day now. Just got filled into a long position here. Let's see if we can end up winning it. Also, guys, regarding Sierra Link VPSs, we did start sending out those credentials starting on the 10th there. We had a little bit of issues getting into the server cabinet over the weekend, and we can't get everyone's login out on the 10th. So we've been continuously rolling those out though. So stay posted on your inbox. You'll get those credentials to log into the VPS as soon as yours is ready. Sorry guys for the wait. We do have some people do have theirs already, but and that means that yours is coming up real soon. Of course, billing will not start until you actually are able to log in and get started. So don't worry about that. Unfortunately, there's our, I think, second loss of the day, bringing us back down to $1,000. We are going to switch it into regression mode at this point. We are having a significant amount of chop around this area and some uncorrelated delta in price. We also have these derived zones sticking us with a bit of chop. Sorry guys if there's some echo. I'm getting some feedback that my voice is a bit echoey, but I'm kind of surprised because I'm using a face-mounted mic. But we ended up losing that trade as well. We're back down to 757 on the day. Hey guys, new release is going to be released on a case-by-case basis. We're not exactly certain whether or not we want to release it without prepackaged models, so we are waiting to get some nice training with the new update. The update's been ready for about a week now, but I've really been trying to train multiple models both across NQ and ES. So it does become complex to release updates for instruments that I don't necessarily trade on a day-to-day basis. It was easy to do the ES dual model, but many of you guys trade NQ. So if we release this new software, a lot of people who've been using the old prepackaged NQ model will be left hanging dry. So we got to wait to do that, as every time we update the software, unfortunately, the models don't have continuity. Eventually they will, but as they have only been beta updates, there have been massive changes throughout the past few months on that. So that's why model continuity doesn't exist across updates yet, but we're working on it. Just got filled there. We ended up winning that trade. It was a long trade, a regression long. You can see here we are having a significant amount of resistance at this zone. The zone is automatically marked by the Analytica chart 4+. Let's scroll back and see what created it. Okay, that's pretty far back, but hey Aramir, regarding Sierra Link, I did talk about earlier in the stream how we have begun to send out credentials. These are being done manually, as our API is not wanting to connect with our email system. So I've been creating these VPSs manually and sending them out. This is only going to be an issue once for now. So we've been working hard at getting that done, working around the clock here. But fortunately, we should be able to get those out by, I'd say, end of tomorrow. Everyone will have theirs. So apologize, guys, but we have been continuously sending them out since the 10th. I'm getting some consecutive fills here. Hopefully this one, yeah, there we go. Ended up winning that trade as well. We're up to $2,800 on the day now. Just got filled again into a short position. Also, guys, to let you know, I am using a considerable amount of leverage here to get these P&L numbers. $3,200 on I don't know how many trades here. I mean, I think less than 10. It's quite a bit of leverage. So just be aware that this is not indicative of numbers that you're going to see, especially on a smaller account. Getting some solid wins here. We just got filled into a long position there in regression. I'm not totally certain we're going to win this trade, but we end up doing it anyway because I guess it's the formation of this derived zone here. But we're switching into trend mode at this point because we want to take advantage of whatever volatility is being made at this point here. We just got filled into a short position. And we end up winning that one as well. Wow, we're getting some serious back-to-back fills here, some real volatility in this power hour. ES is almost never like this. This is behaving very similar to NQ, but without any of the whipsaws that we see, which I am a fan of. This is the kind of volatility that I absolutely thrive off of, but I'm sure my retirement account is not doing too well with this, this downturn here. But that's okay. We're offsetting it with our gains from today. Just got filled into a long position here. We ended up losing that trade, I believe, but I don't even think that we didn't get to finish the full soundbite there. Some serious volatility here. This is extremely rare for ES. There we go. Ended up winning that one as well, up to $5,700 on the day. Wow, we're seriously getting some solid trades here. A lot of volatility. We're way above our profit target. Usually our profit target has 5,000, but I've been pushing the envelope a little bit. We'll keep trading as long as this volatility continues. Just got filled into a short trade. Wow, tons of volatility today. I don't really have any commentary to give. This is pretty obvious trend mode, but we ended up losing that trade there. And then we immediately get put into a short position. This is some seriously insane volatility. Wow, up to $7,500 on the day. I think this might be one of my best trading days yet, just in terms of consistent entries. We're making... This is ridiculous. Up to 8 on the day now. Hey, SBH, to answer your question, I am trading diagonal imbalances, but I am not trading single. Just got filled. This time it's a long position here. Maybe this is the end of the bottom. Unfortunately, we ended up losing that trade. And we ended up winning this one. I think this is going to be our last trade of the day here, guys. Yeah, I think that we're probably going to call it. This is absolute insanity. I'm happy with what we got today. Up to $8,400 on the day. We no longer really have any derived zones to trade off of. And we're starting to get some chop around here. But, wow, that was absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe that just happened. Whew. Well, guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. If you guys are subscribers to Sierra Link, we will be rolling out those login credentials as late as tomorrow. We began rolling them out on Monday, but as we're doing this manually for the first time, it's taking a little bit longer to get everyone's out and making sure everyone has a smooth setup experience. We are going to be posting videos and tutorials, of course, how to connect. It's very simple. It's just going to be through remote desktop protocol. But anyway, guys, thank you so much, and see you again next week. Everybody, welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session. Today, again, we are going to be trading ES. We're going to be doing so in generally trend mode, unless we are really forced to be in regression mode like we would have if we were inside of this zone. But as you can see, we're starting to get some volatility kick up here. We'll see if we can end up having this actually happen, but let's see if we can get into a trade pretty quickly here. Hi, TWRCO. Your question was just some life advice when you schedule an event, whatever it is, online and start at the scheduled time. Otherwise, it's very disrespectful of the attendees and their time. Hi there. Thank you for the comment. I appreciate what you've said here. To answer this non-question, I have to say that it is not. I do respect your guys' time, but the nature of trading is that oftentimes there are areas where it is pretty untradeable. Like over here, there was literally zero movement going on, and I just would not have gotten filled into any trades, and nothing would have happened. So that's why we're waiting. But I'm sorry that you've been that I have offended your time, and I'll make better steps to be more communicative of that. This is generally why I don't like to have a rigid live stream schedule, because there are a lot of factors that go into trading. Mark told me that question was, last hour was flat for ES and NQ, and I'm practicing just sitting on my hands. Yeah, I understand exactly where you're coming from. I'm doing the same thing. So it's just not a ton of volatility, so which is pretty unfortunate. Hey, I'm Koshivas regarding confirmation emails for Sierra Link. The first few orders didn't get an order confirmation. I had to believe that you were within that bracket of people who didn't get one. That being said, we did end up sending some out. I'll make sure to get one out to you too. But if you're concerned as whether or not you actually have a reservation at Sierra Link, no need to worry. I have personally seen that you do. Chris says, can you please program a switch into polarity that turns on volatility anytime we want it? Man, Chris, I wish I could have that. That would be nice. Testing, testing. Are you guys able to hear what I'm saying? Someone reported that I don't have any sound, so. Okay, thanks guys. Appreciate you able to hear me. Some users said that NQ isn't having any volatility either, and that most of the movement was from the overnight session. Yeah, that is pretty strange, honestly. Mondays are generally pretty consistent, and it's surprising that NQ is also very low movement right now. Hi, Allmat. Your question was, I've been submitting questions here every stream, but no single answer. What is going on? I don't see any questions from you, Allmat. This is the first question you've asked this stream. Hey, Matthias, your question was, hey, Connor, how come you use 750 tick and not range for ES? I'm happy to answer your question, Matthias. So one of the characteristics of NQ is that when it ranges, it still has a pretty significant amount of chop within a zone. This has, of course, the tendency to show when there is to create new bars when chop happens. But let's say, for instance, oh, hold that thought. I just got filled into a trade there. It's our first trade of the day. We're up to $408.24. Very solid. Keep checking to make sure my execution menu is showing for you guys, and I don't know why it keeps not showing, but you can see here we do have that right there with our account name visible and with our fill time. Looks like we got filled again here. Finally starting to get some movement. Just got a double fill. We ended up winning that trade. We ended up winning that one as well. There we go. So we have 3 trades in a row that we just won there, up to $1,200 on the day. I'm glad we didn't miss that. Just got filled again into a short trade. I'm not sure exactly what's going on. I think there's some news event. Happened right at 8:30, so winning back-to-back trades here. Just got filled long. Up to $2,500 on the day. This is super solid wins here. End up winning this one, I think. Let's see. There we go. Up to $2,800. Wow, okay. So that was quite the volatility spike here. Okay, so it looks like we might have some time to breathe, but I'm going to answer that question from earlier. So, which was, how come you use 750 tick and not range for ES? So, on ES, it has the tendency to, when it's ranging, it does so in a very, very uniform manner, just like how when it's trending, it is very uniform and easy to spot. But let's say on ES, I was using a range bar. Let's say our range was like this thick. We had a range that was set to new bar forms, so if it passes this thickness. Over this entire course of the market there, we would not have gotten filled into, or we would not have seen any new bars form, and we wouldn't have been able to visualize as easily that there is a range there. We would have just seen a single bar, and it had been ticking in between that for 5 minutes. Now, you could look at the timestamp and correlate that, but I don't like looking at timestamps. I like to just look at a bar and just see all the information I need to about it just by looking at the surrounding bars. I don't like to look down at the bottom here. But also, looks like we won this trade down here as well, so that's super solid. But I hope that answers your question about why I use tick charts on ES rather than range. It's just because ranges are much more sticky. They stay at the same level in their actual true ranges. I mean, look at how like uniform this range is. This would never happen on NQ. But that's why. Hey, Mark. So if you're going to be testing trades on MES, as long as you have the use full order flow data option selected, it will be the exact same as regular ES. So what that option does is it uses order flow data from the main ES contract and uses it to trade micros. This is super helpful for small accounts, and I actually suggest most people trade micros, and doing so with that option enabled is going to help significantly. Hey, all Matt. I'm glad I'm getting your questions now, it seems. So your question was, how do I change the contract from 1 to 5? For example, from the chart trader, it is, quote unquote, not working. So the way Polarity works is it uses an ATM strategy to execute orders. So you cannot change the order quantity just by going over your top right screen and changing it in the order quantity menu. What you actually have to do is go to your ATM strategy, click edit, and then change the quantity there, and then save it. This will automatically update it. You don't have to reload the strategy or anything. And in doing so, you've now changed the quantity of your ATM strategy, meaning the amount of, meaning what you're getting filled into is going to change the number of contracts. That is the proper way to do that. Hey, Chris, yes, you can run 2 models at once. You don't need 2 MLEXCs running, just 1. Also, guys, someone told me that there's a quote-unquote 20-second delay on the stream. I've I'm not seeing that on my end. It looks like it's about like 5 or 6 seconds at the high end. If you guys are getting a larger one, refresh your browser. But I'd love some feedback on exactly how far behind this stream is. Hey Miles, I'm gonna follow up on this right now, or not right now, right after the stream, and make sure that that is sorted out. Just got filled short here. Reached our automatic stop chase at that point. So guys, I'll move this chart trader around for you here to prove that this is in fact a real account and not an overlay. Chris's feedback says the delay is 5, maybe 6 seconds at the most. Thank you for the feedback. I appreciate that, Chris. That's good to know. In an ideal world, it would be 0, but I am using the lowest latency setting that YouTube provides with some very, very conservative encoding settings. So I'm only sending about 2,000 kilobytes a second, so it should be as fast as I can get it. Let's see if we can win this trade. It's kind of a longer one here. There we go, up to 3,600. We're only one tick away from our take profit when I said that. That's very nice. So now we're up to $3,600 on the day. This is a great way to start out the week. Last week we kind of had some pretty underwhelming results. We barely reached the $1,000 take profit on our on Monday, and then Friday I forgot how much we made, but it was less than that, I think. But we just weren't getting filled into anything. But hopefully, I actually thought that we were going to be repeating that same cycle today, but it seems that we really just got that huge volatility spike, which was very nice. And now we've actually started getting filled into things. So. Hey Gardner, your question was, are you looking at any other charts to help visualize consolidation periods? I'm actually not. I'm not looking at other charts to help visualize anything. This is the only chart I'm looking at. The only thing I have up is an economic calendar, but that's it. can see here the volatility has really died down. This is another good way to illustrate exactly why I use tick charts on ES rather than range. Like, we would have only gotten 2 bars form. If we were using a range chart, I mean, there would have only been 1 or 2 bars here, when in here we have a very, very strong visualization that we are inside of a range. I think that I'm okay with switching to regression at this point because I'm trying to make this as easy as possible for you guys on ES, but I think that any one of you guys is going to recognize that we're supposed to be inside of regression mode during this extreme chop here. So I'm going to make that switch. Hey, RV Bondo, that's actually a relevant question, which was, why are you not switching from trend setting while the market seems to be running sideways? It's because for the last 6 or 7 or so sessions, I've been doing a quote-unquote trend mode challenge where I just stay in trend mode regardless of what's happening on ES. And it's worked out pretty well, but I've missed a lot of opportunities because of it. But this isn't a recommendation of how to trade. It's just to show how this strategy performs in trend mode only. Hey, Matthias, your question was, do you know if latency on data will affect my orders when using a simulation account on NinjaTrader 8? I don't think it will. I don't think it does at all, actually, because everything's handled locally. Now, if you're using NinjaTrader's server-sided simulation accounts that they offer, it is going to affect that, but if you're using your own, it won't. Msham asked me, can other third-party indicators be used with polarity, or is it just what's on NinjaTrader 8? Yes, other third-party indicators can be used with polarity. There are no limitations on what indicators you can use. Yeah, RV Bondo, I know some users like to trade NQ with a tick chart rather than a range chart. I just personally prefer a range chart on NQ. NQ just becomes difficult for me to read on a tick chart, but that's just me. Sorry, guys. Pretty boring right now. You can see that this is an extremely tight range at this point. So we're not getting filled in anything. Hi, Harsh Prime. Your question was, will you be responding via email to my support inquiry? Yes, our support team will respond to your support email. Hey, thanks for the congrats, Chris. I'm super stoked that you guys are all here to support me on this journey, and I'm super glad that we have 185 concurrent viewers. That's a pretty big milestone, and glad it's growing. Hey Arjan, your question was, is tomorrow and Wednesday good days to trade? Because we have PPI tomorrow and CPI on Wednesday, and they both give a lot of volatility. Is that a good time to trade the program? I think those are both incredible days to trade with the program, but I'd say for most people, you're going to want to avoid actually trading the exact time of the announcement. Trading the minutes leading up to it and the minutes that follow 5 minutes after that announcement are great times to trade, but I would avoid trading the actual news itself. You should not be inside of any positions when that news is dropped. Hey Greg, if your heuristic parameter optimization button is not showing up, I'm gonna ask if you follow the instructional video. We greatly simplified the instructions there, and there are a couple of steps that you're missing in the response you gave. Make sure you've enabled machine learning and turned on optimize mode, and make sure you've imported the model. Say if you're trading NQ, you're gonna want to actually select the NQ prepackaged model that is included. Hey, Matthias, thank you for your question, and I appreciate you saying that you've learned a lot from my videos. Regarding news, your question was, what kind of news sources do you use to figure out if it's a good day to be trading, and what are your pinpointers to do when a news is relevant enough to not engage? Matthias, I would say that anything that's on the economic calendar is going to spike volatility significantly. I trade days without news. I trade days with news. I trade them very similarly. I don't necessarily have to take that into account in my decision making. I just avoid when the news actually drops. But if I would say that you should take advantage of volatility regardless of where it comes from. So I'm not sure if that answers your question. If you could specify exactly, um, specify deeper to your question, that would help a lot in answering it. And see here, just oh wait, I have not been paying attention. I've not been paying attention there. Apologize for the being off screen. But we've actually started to climb out of this range, and I should have been in trend mode after it passed out of that, so I'm going to be switching to that now. I hope you're able to recognize why I'm in trend mode, though. Hey, Flavored Soda, your question was, do you believe in the stat that about 99% of traders lose? I heard it was about 97 the last time I checked, but honestly, yes. It really depends on what you define as a trader, though. I know a lot of people, a lot of my friends, I meet them, they'll ask me about trading, um, and they'll explain to me their trading strategy or what they're doing. And a lot of them are doing things like martingaling. They're saying that, oh yeah, I look at price and I if I think it's going to go up, I do, and I sell immediately once it enters profit. And there's a lot of poor practices, and I think that comes from that overconfidence curve that everyone has when they start trading. That they think they're better than they are um, at a skill, and that's super prevalent. I think that people often are going to give up for that. They're going to have a bad experience trading, and they'll give up, and they'd be lumped into that figure as a trader who failed. Um, I'd say the figure for people who are persistent at trading is closer to around 50%. I'd say 50% of people have not become profitable with trading if they're actively consistent with it. Um, and I think that just boils down to both personality types and where your gifts are. If your gifts are not necessarily in the trading realm, um, and you're better at other things, then I could see that as being problematic. If you don't operate well under stress, I could see that as being a very, very large contributor to failing to succeed as a trader. Hey, Matthias. Me and Zach did not code this ourselves. We hired programmers. So we actually have US-based programmers on staff. They're not contracted out, and we've actually rewritten the entirety of Polarity pretty silently over the past year. So the Polarity that existed a year ago shares almost zero code. I'd say 99% of the code is completely new for Polarity since a year ago today. So. We're going to be switching it into regression mode here. You can see there's pretty much zero movement. Hey, Con, your question is, when do I arm long and short, when to engage regression mode, and when to do trend mode? I'm really interested in this, but I'm struggling with understanding. Can you point to any video or document about this? Maybe you can pin this in the video description. Yeah, I can absolutely put that in the video description. Everything is engaged pretty in depth in the included guidebook material, but we do have some videos that describe exactly what you're asking. But usually I just try and show how it works inside of these live streams, but I guess there is a dedicated video that I can link. Hey, Thomas, Sierra Link is another business of mine. We're working on adding more information to the website. I apologize for the lack of insight into that at this moment. But yes, it is owned by me and a couple of other partners. I'm I'm not a majority share in Sierra Link. It's a much bigger project, so I am handling a lot of the marketing and the management, but I am no expert at market architecture, or sorry, server architecture. So I've brought in other people. So although I am associated with it, I am not the only owner, nor am I the majority. Matthias, your question was, do you think that NinjaTrader 8 favoritizes traders who bought the lifetime version versus people with a free subscription? Or do you feel like it does not play a role in the accessibility of all their features and resources when trading NinjaTrader 8? I do not think NinjaTrader favorites traders when it comes down to actually trading at all. I think everyone is treated the exact same, irrespective of what license they have. But of course, that does come along with the transparent insight that they give into it, is that based on your subscription level, that does change your commission rate. They have that on their website on what commissions you have if you have a certain license. So I think that's the extent of it. And also, of course, just the features themselves. NinjaTrader has an order flow suite that they offer, and you do need an upgraded license to access that. Hey Thomas, your question was thank you for answering your question so fast. I have a very fast internet connection in Switzerland with 3 milliseconds of ping, 8 gigabyte a second up and down. Would I need a VPS in Chicago for your software to run? So first of all, you do not need a VPS. Anyone, regardless of that, does not need a VPS for my software to run. That being said, if you're actually getting 3 milliseconds of ping to the Chicago Mercantile Exchange, from Switzerland, I think that's actually physically impossible. That'd be faster than the speed of light. It takes I would guarantee that the time would be more than 15 milliseconds for light to actually travel through the fiber optic cable to get to Chicago. So double check that you are actually getting that ping and you have the correct IP to ping if you're trying to check that. But that being said, even if it's not with that internet speed, you do not need a VPS for the software to run. I'm using one because it enhances consistency and it decreases the amount of time. Hey Con, your question was if a lot of people use Polarity ATI, would it not lose its edge in the market? That actually was something that we had been concerned about for quite a while. But with the machine learning module where everyone has an individualized model that learns based off of their trading style and habits, you're all going to be getting separate entries. So we've pretty much eliminated that possibility, which is pretty nice. And Polarity ATI, although it does have a full auto mode with auto arm, we cannot suggest under any circumstances that you walk away from your computer while the strategy is enabled. Market volatility can pick up at any time, and we don't think that's responsible. And you're risking too much money per trade for it to be prudent to walk away from your screen with that enabled. Hey, Matthias. No worries. I'm glad you're asking these questions. They're fun to answer, and I'm glad that they're helping other people too. Gotcha. Thank you for the follow-up, Thomas. So if you're looking for your actual ping to the CME, you can ping the IP inside of the message I just sent. So I just sent that. That's the Aurora IP. That's where the CME matching engine's at. It's 128.177.47.163. If you ping that, you'll get your time in milliseconds to the exchange. So for example, if I ping this from my desktop, or I'm sorry, my laptop, which is not connected to a VPS, I'm just using this to answer questions, I get a time of 56.590 milliseconds. And then sometimes I'm getting one as low as 58.537. But you can see there, that is going to be your ping. Hey, Mark, check the live stream chat. I'm going to post it one more time in case anyone missed it. Hey, Con, the maintenance margin for one ES contract for intraday trading, meaning you're not holding overnight, is $500 on NinjaTrader brokerage. Not gotten filled to any trades recently, guys, here. I'd say we're probably going to call it if we don't get filled here pretty soon, just because we're already up 3,600, which is pretty solid. But we're just not having much happen here. Hey, all, Matt, I do leave incremental learning on. Hey, Jay Gardner, you can opt in to have updates included. So in order for us to push out updates to you on Sierra Link, you'll of course have to give us consent to modify your instance. And because we don't want to go in and have access to, sensitive data that goes into that, we would just have to actually force update your instance on that, or not force update it, but we'd have to wipe your instance and have it be on the newest update. So of course you can opt out of this, or you can enable it once you're done backing things up. But if you wanted to use that with Sierra, with those program updates included, you'd of course have the option to do so. Okay, guys, I think at this point we're probably going to end up calling it. I'm pretty happy with $3,600 on the day. That's pretty solid, especially compared to last week. But our next stream is not going to be for a while. I am going to be pretty busy. I'm doing some traveling, and I have some important stuff coming up. But thank you guys so much for tuning in today. And there still will be more communication and activity on the YouTube channel, of course, as well as some updates on that. But thank you guys. I appreciate you tuning in today, and lots of great questions today. So good morning, everybody. This is Connor from Futures Analytica. bringing you guys another live futures trading session. Today, we are going to be trading ES as per usual. We're going to be starting the day out in trend mode here. We're going to be arming it in both directions. We don't necessarily have a clear reason to switch into regression when just looking at delta. Our other indicators, such as bouncing in between these lines, do suggest we should be inside of regression mode, but we want to wait for some delta confirmation before we make that switch. So we are just going to be starting out inside of trend mode at the moment. Sorry that we haven't streamed in a while. Had a small vacation there. Sometimes you just gotta take a load off. But now we're back, and we're back into the swing of things. So here we are. Hopefully we can get some good trades. You can see volatility has not been bad. We've been getting a pretty good amount of movement over the past 30 minutes. So we'll see if we can get that to continue. See here, we just got filled into our first trade. It's a short trade. There we go. End up winning that trade pretty quickly. We are still inside of this zone. You can see we closed short there, or closed with a red bar with positive delta. And because of these other factors here, such as, you know, being inside of this extremely clumped up derived zone area, that's going to lead us to switch it into regression mode. Pretty solid start to the day here. Oh, sorry guys, let me pull up my executions there. You can see here we have our executions with timestamps and our price where we were filled at. And I'll move my chart trader around here to show you guys that this account is indeed real and it is not an overlay.
Order submitted.
May need to switch into trend mode if we actually get a full breakdown here with correlated delta. I'm gonna wait one more bar here, but looks like we got filled inside of regression mode into a short trade. Very interesting for regression mode to do that. There we go. Just got filled again into another trade after we won that single trade there. We're going to be switching into trend mode while we're inside of this trade, meaning our next trade will be taken via trend mode. Hey Carrie, your question was, is it possible to add a min-max level to polarity for low side volume? Would like to be able to set low side to 0 and high side to 0 for a triple stack setup. Could take advantage of orders lifted, rips, and flushes. It happened several times a day in the markets. Easy dollars if we could have that feature added. Minimum's already there, just need to be able to cap the low side. Thanks. Thank you, Carrie. I'll be reaching out to you more about this. I would love to implement this feature, and I'd like to know exactly what you're requesting so we can push that out in a manner that suits you. Unfortunately, that's going to be our first loss of the day, bringing us back down to $524. Hey there, thank you for your question, which was outside of this live stream, is there anywhere else to get support? Yes, absolutely. This live stream isn't really designed for support. We have 2 support outlets. The main one's going to be over email. We have a very fast response time on there. And then we have that chat on the website. The website chats, we're not going to be able to get into extreme technical things, but we will solve pretty simple issues that are somewhat common. That being said, our email is the best way to get your issues resolved if you're having them. Unfortunately, though, that's going to be our second loss of the day, bringing us down to $232. I think I may have switched into trend mode a little bit early there, especially with this zone forming here. But we just got filled short. We can see if we can win this one. Hits our automatic stop chase. There we go. Ended up winning that trade. Just got filled again into a short trade. Hopefully we can win this one too to bring us back to where we were before. Hey Ferhat, I am not using 15 range on ES. I'm using 750 tick. There we go. Ended up winning that one. Up to $1,000 now. We've crossed that nice number. It's always a good feeling crossing that number just because, you know, $1,000 a day is it's just a fun benchmark to have, even though it doesn't really work out that way. Because of course there's only 5 trading days in a week. So Hey W. Brian, I'd love to help you out. What are your conditions for switching between trend and regression? And did you train your model with incremental learning? Did you go into playback with it? I'd love to know more about your situation. Just got filled into a short position here. End up winning that trade up to 1,457. Also, guys, for the next update, which is coming out soon, this is going to be the actual stable release for the beta of machine learning. It's going to have separate models for trend and regression. This is going to be pretty big. Regression shares a model with trend currently, which can create some interesting situations where you're not necessarily getting the best trades in regression mode. You're going to have a trend mode bias, which is fine if you're trading only trend mode, but of course we want the system to be as effective as possible for both me and you. So with that new model, then we'll have an ES and an NQ model available too for that. So it'll be 4 models total that will automatically switch between trend and regression. You can see there we got filled and we won that trade in a pretty consistent manner there. We are back up to this zone that's derived here. We're still keeping an eye on delta. We have very correlated delta, even though at 751 we did have that one divergence. NQ generally has much less correlated delta than ES for some reason. I think we're going to set our profit target higher than we usually do today. We started at 7:45 today instead of 8 o'clock. Usually we start at 8 o'clock, so I'm just going to add whatever my profit is at 8 o'clock, and then we're going to try and add $5,000 on top of that to try and get there today. I think it's time for us to start pursuing a little bit bigger goals here, but yeah. We almost lost that trade there. It was very close to stopping out. At this point, I think we're going to switch it into regression mode. You can see we had a divergence at 752, and we had a divergence at 753, and we may be getting one again over here. There we go. Ended up winning that trade, actually. So we're at $2,274 now on the day. Delta is correlating slowly. Since from over here we've had correlated delta. So let's see here, we got filled
Order
short.
submitted.
We won that trade very quickly and immediately got filled into a second one. Just got filled again into a third one. This time a long trade. End up winning that one back to back. Oh man, here we're getting a lot of trades here at this point. We've won all of them in this small
Order
burst here.
submitted.
Hopefully we can continue that trend.
Target filled.
There we go.
Order filled. Target filled.
Ended up winning that trade very quickly, up to $4,000 on the day, and it's not even 8 o'clock yet.
Order filled.
Just got filled short here.
Target filled.
End up winning that trade. Hey, Alan. If your latency is suffering, we still do have space for Sierra Link with the VPS. That's mostly going to help with entries, not necessarily with exits, except for your stop losses. However, I do think NinjaTrader has server-side stop losses, so this is mostly going to help with entries if you have Sierra. You can see there we won that trade. We're up to 5,000 on the day now.
Order filled.
Just got filled short here.
Target filled.
End up winning that trade up to $5,400 on the day. See, we're in a pretty consistent downtrend. However, it's quite choppy. These aren't bar-to-bar drops like we'd be expecting from a fast drop. So we're going to keep it in regression mode at this point. Hey, Bryant. If you like the settings I'm using, they're inside of the template that's included with purchase. It's the exact same setup, and it automatically imports into NinjaTrader. It's much easier than directly having to manually copy from the description.
Target filled.
There we go. End up winning that trade up to $6,000 on the day now. Hey, Mark, the question was, I use Polarity with funded accounts, but I intuitively feel the data feed isn't the best. Would you recommend we use IQ feed or some other feed as your preferred real-time connection in Ninja? You know, I've had a similar experience with Kinetic. I haven't found Kinetic to be to be the most consistent ever. IQ feed is great. It's somewhat expensive though. I'd say that if you can snag NinjaTrader's official data feed, which is the CQG, it's like $6 a month, and that has been the best data feed in my experience. Other than that, Kinetic is quite good. IQ feed and Kinetic I think are the same price, and I think they have the same provider as shows they come from the same IP address, where that's not the case for CQG, which is NinjaTrader's provider. So either Kinetic or IQ feed, those are both great options. Just got filled long here. End up winning that trade up to $6,700 on the day now. Just got filled long here. End up winning that with $7,100 on the day. Hey Alan, your question is if the Sierra VPS can handle on each tick or you'll still have to run on bar close. I'm not totally sure what this means, but with Polarity, we force the software to use tick by tick updates, even though you're supposed to use on bar close in NinjaTrader. So that doesn't actually have any effect on that. So whether or not you use on bar close or on each tick is not relevant. That does not increase the update frequency. The update frequency already is on each tick. It's not on bar close, even though that may be what NinjaTrader tells you. If it was on bar close, then you would not be able to get filled until a bar actually closed, which is obviously not the case.
Order submitted.
Just got filled long here. End up losing that trade there. It's going to be, I think, our fourth loss of the day. Just got filled long here. End up winning that one up to 7,697 on the day. Having a super solid day, first day back here. It's good to have our profit target be higher on the day here. Hey, TechFacts, your question was, is the live stream on YouTube a fully bought in NinjaTrader or semi-auto? So this is going to be semi-automated strategy. You have to rearm the strategy once it enters a trade, but once you've armed it, it will fully automatically take and manage your trades. If you want it to be full auto, you have to turn on the auto arm button down here, and it will automatically arm. Just got filled into a short position here, so hopefully we can end up winning this one. There we go, up to 8,100 on the day now. Sorry to answer the rest of your question. What time period works best? It's going to be in time periods of high volatility, but I would avoid trading during news. Trading during news can lead to somewhat unexpected results that may not correlate with market microstructure movements. And with what assets it works best with? I'd say it works best on Treasury futures, NQ futures, and ES futures. You can use it on other ones, but these are the ones that I've found it to be the most effective on. And if you're looking for a promo code to get the software, you can use code R9B. Code R9B is 25% off on the software.
Order submitted.
Hey Farhat, if you're looking for my settings, just download the template that's inside of the download link that you got when you purchased the software. If you import that, you'll automatically get filled with the exact same settings that I have set up initially on the chart. Of course, with machine learning, those settings are dynamic, and you need to have a model, which is also included in the Dropbox for NQ. And that will automatically optimize your settings. So they will not be static. See here, we're getting filled. I think I'm getting to $9,000 on the day. Had kind of a ridiculous trading day today. I think that we're probably going to call it there up to 9,000 because I think that we were at 4,000 when we reached 8 o'clock. But in the past 7 minutes, we've brought in $4,000 on the day. That's kind of ridiculous. But wow, okay. Hey, Rizgarich, your question was, where can I learn more about your high frequency trading? Check out the link in the description. It's called Watch this video for an explanation/tutorial on what strategy I'm trading. It's a YouTube video that's in the description. Check it out and it'll explain everything. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. We had a pretty stellar trading day. I'd say I chalk that up to the unusually high volatility that is on ES. Usually ES does not move like this at all. You can see we're getting a lot of bars opened, and it's quite nice. So compared to last week, I'd say this was a very, very, very solid day. This may have been my best day ever trading ES on Livestream. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in, and I will see you guys later this week. I have some more content planned out here now that we're back into the swing of things. Good morning, everybody. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session. We're going to be starting the day out here on ES, going to be arming it in both directions. You can see here that Delta is relatively correlated with price at the moment. Even though we are inside this chop, we are going to start in trend mode to be safe. Trend mode is the more reliable pick just in general. So if you're just starting using this strategy, I highly recommend just using it in trend mode and not bothering to switch to regression. I hope you all had a wonderful Memorial Day weekend with your families. Me and my family went to the beach, and unfortunately it was very cloudy, but it was a nice time. Hey, Adrian, make sure that if using Rhythmic, you have aggregated data turned off. Sorry, Adrian, not Aiden. Hopefully we can get some more movement here.
Order filled.
Oh, look at that. Just got filled into a long trade.
Target filled.
End up winning that one up to 408 on the day. We're using 7 contracts now on ES. Just got filled into a short trade here, also in trend mode. Moves up to our stop chase. You can see that. End up winning that trade pretty quickly, up to $816 on the day now. Another consecutive short trade. You can see here we're trying to ride this down wave. We're getting consistently negative delta. That's a good sign that we should be getting more of a downtrend here. However, this level here is giving us some trouble, you can see. This is a previous level from way back here that was automatically marked by the Analytica Chart 4, but it seems that we'd broken through it with the formation of this new red derived zone. It closed out this green one and formed a new one there. So we should end up winning this one. I may have been wrong about that, guys. We may not win this one. You can see that there's our first loss of the day. Back up to 524.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a short position here.
Stop filled.
Sadly, there's our second loss of the day. We're going to be switching it into regression mode here. We don't really have the delta for that to happen. However, this zone has been giving us a lot of trouble, and we've seen the collapsing of these two zones here and then the formation of chop right after it.
Order submitted.
Not a ton of market movement right now, but we'll see how it goes. We started up the day by winning 2 and then losing 2, so we're still up by 160, but that's practically break even.
Order filled.
There we go. Just got filled into a long trade here in regression. If we win this trade, we're going to swap the trend.
Target filled.
There we go. We ended up winning that trade up to 566.20. Hold on, let me pull up my executions here. I don't know why NinjaTrader makes me re-add it every time, or OBS. Feels good to get that winning trade in. Now we're back above our break even. Sorry that there's not much to talk about at this point. I know that makes for a pretty boring live stream, but there's not that much going on. Hey Earl, you're correct. The first wave of traders onto CR Link is happening soon. You can absolutely get some feedback from them on performance with the new speed to market in a couple of weeks. We can certainly do that. Also, guys, the just a little correction. on Sierra Link, all of those latency figures are actually ping figures. Those are round trip times. So if you're looking for the actual latency, it's about half of what the ping is. So you're getting sub-millisecond latency with the Sierra plan. You can see here we had a divergence at 8:14. If we re-enter this zone down here, we are going to be switching to regression mode.
Order submitted. We did re-enter this zone here, so we are going to be switching it into regression mode. Hi, Adrian. We have a support line on our website if you're having some trouble getting your charts set up. really not getting a lot of volatility today. Hey, Worthley, your question was, are you preferring ES as to NQ? Recently, I found ES to be very consistent when put into trend mode, which we are going to switch to now that we're outside of the zone. And I found out it needs very little oversight comparatively. So
Order submitted.
You can see here we should definitely be switching to trend mode with how little movement we saw in the past 5 minutes. Sorry, I don't know if I said that correctly. Switch to regression mode. Really just absolutely no movement today, guys. I'm sorry. And happily, yes, with the VPS service, everything will be pre-installed already. Finally got filled here. This time it was a short trade. Ended up winning that one very quickly. Here we go. Here's some volatility here. We got filled into a long trade. There we go. Starting to pick up some steam now. We've passed the $1,000 mark up to 1,382 on the day. It's a good feeling. Now I feel like we're starting to get some movement here. It was very interesting. We had that long lull here with a little bit of a spike in volatility.
Target filled.
Sorry, guys. I stepped away from my computer there for a second. It looks like we actually did get filled into a trade there, and we ended up winning it. We're up to $1,800 on the day now. Hey, Anian. Your question was, are you running any promotion for the VPS system right now? Yes, we are. The price you see is the promotional version. So we have a pre-order system right now going. So you have to pre-order it at the moment, and you'll have access on June 1st. That means that we do have a discounted price, and that discounted price is locked in for life as long as you stay subscribed. So that's already a discounted price. We also have that discounted rate if you book a 3-month option rather than a 1-month option. So we have a couple options there to reduce your cost significantly. The 3-month option is mostly there to help us secure the hardware itself. We're not really making anything off of that. It's just allowing us to scale more. So just keep that in mind.
Order filled.
Just got filled into a long trade here. Right at that green derived zone automatically marked by the Analytica chart 4 Plus. Hey, Fabio, your question was, do you have any assistance during the installation of the system? I'm not sure by your question if you're a existing customer or someone who's interested in it, but we have the installation video on our channel, which is very straightforward. You simply import my template, and it'll set up your system to be like mine. Other than that, we
Order
have a very
submitted.
robust support system to help you along the way if you need any of that. But let me know if you have any specific questions about the setup, or if you have any friction points that you're encountering. Check out that video on our channel, though. It's a very straightforward installation, I think you'll find.
Order submitted. Stop filled.
Unfortunately, there we end up losing that trade. Back down to $1,900 on the day.
Order submitted.
Hey, Adrian. Sierra Link is a virtual private server. So you'd be trading off of a server located next to the exchange. You have Polarity hosted there, and you'd be able to run it very close to the exchange and get extremely low latency. Hey, Shank. Your Sierra VPS instructions will be emailed to you as they become available. Both Strata and Sierra are very competitive plans. It will work on Strata. It will also work on Alto. It'll work on all three of our plans. Of course, this is the 0.2 millisecond difference that will matter only if you are really trying to squeeze out every little bit of an edge that you can. Hey, Joseph, you're saying that you like to close your trades early with the close button on the chart trader, but there's also exit the polarity strategy and you have to reload. My question is, are you using the close button that is below the disarm both button? That option should close your trade and it should not disarm the strategy. The one at the top right will disarm it because any kind of manual order will disable any strategy loaded on the chart, regardless of who makes it or what we do. We unfortunately can't work around that, so we added a close button for polarity, which will close it without doing that. Hey Fabio, your question was, if I buy the system, which one do you recommend for me? That depends on a few factors. So the first one, if you are on a budget and you already have a footprint chart, you can just get the stage 1 package. Now, if you don't have a footprint chart, but you're still looking for the more budget option, you can get the stage 2 package, which includes a footprint chart, but that footprint chart does not have these derived zones here. So I use these derived zones to switch modes. You can see here, for example, this automatically marked zone, price bounced off of here. Now it's bouncing off of here again. You can find that these are very useful in your trading. But if you don't want that, you can get the stage 2. Now, of course, I trade with the stage 3. I designed this software for my own personal use. So everything you see on the chart is what I use in my personal trading. So if you're trying to emulate what I do, stage 3 is the best option. Hey, Chazalaba, that template is inside of the downloads for Polarity ML. It's a Dropbox link. Joseph, I'm not totally sure I understand what you're saying. So there are 2 close buttons. One close button is below the disarm both, and that will close whatever trade you have open. And then there's a close button up here, which will force any trades you have open to close. And that is a NinjaTrader included feature. I suggest you use the button below the arm both button so you can close them manually. And this does not force you to reload the strategy after that, by the way. We're going to be switching to trend mode here.
Order submitted.
What the fuck are these bandit trades, dog? So many bandit trades, it's concerning.
Your team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Hill control.
I knew they were all going to be up there. Took years for that one guy to get caught cheating. I imagine how many more there are. Yeah, but I think a lot of people are up there, you know? I think some people toggle. No, absolutely. I believe that. But I think I'm willing to bet you up there in Onyx there's a lot.
Oh, you are so much better than
And by a lot, I mean more than we think.
active camo inbound. Active camo
Dude.
available. About to score. Double kill. Hill control.
This could be it.
Nearing victory.
Nice.
Victory.
Let's go. Think past like 1800? No, I'm willing to bet you anywhere past like 1550. There's a lot. How can you cheat? Like wall hacks, soft aim. A lot of different cheats out there. Ah! Report my random teammate for cheating. Yeah, it didn't feel like I did a lot of damage. That's what I wanted to look at. In BTB, I got a video of a guy flag capping by clipping through the floor. Like, but like, is that like... I imagine it was probably more extreme than you're making it sound. No sleep till D5. I might actually die, Pete. Or end up in the hospital. Exploit maybe? See, that's what I was thinking. That's why I said it's probably more extreme than you made it sound, because Coco Post made it sound like walk through mountain, zoom through the floor. See, yeah, that's cheating. But the way you said it, it sounded like he just like jumped up a certain way and hit it. Fiji Water, please sponsor me. All right, let's lock in. We sucked mega doo-doo earlier on this map when we got it. Let's play good this one, all right? All right, chat, if I go positive, I don't know.
Good morning, everybody. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session. We're going to be starting the day out here on ES, going to be arming it in both directions. You can see here that Delta is relatively correlated with price at the moment. Even though we are inside this chop, we are going to start in trend mode to be safe. Trend mode is the more reliable pick, just in general. So if you're just starting using this strategy, I highly recommend just using it in trend mode and not bothering to switch to regression. I hope you all had a wonderful Memorial Day week. Good morning, everybody. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session. Today, we're going to be trading ES with the Polarity ATI ML module. We're going to be starting the day out here inside of regression mode. Right when we armed there, we actually got immediately filled into a short position there. So you can see we end up winning that one pretty quickly. We're going to be rearming it. The reason why we're in regression is because of this high amount of chop in between these automatically derived zones, which were marked by the Analytica Chart 4+. You can see we just got filled again into a long position there. So now we're outside of the zone. We've closed above that bar, closed out this entire zone there. We're going to be switching it into trend mode. We're going to see how this goes. Hopefully we have correlated delta and price and continue an uptrend here. kind of a swift start to the day there. Just got filled into a long trade. We reached our automatic stop chase there. Hopefully we can end up winning. We almost got stopped out right there. Just won that trade. We're up to $1,224 on the day now. We're going to be switching it back into regression due to this large amount of chop. Right when we did that, we actually got filled into a long position there. It reached our automatic stop chase. Also, guys, let me pull up my executions feed here. I don't know why it keeps disappearing at the beginning of streams and stuff like that. You can see my executions now. You can see over here. Just going to increase that timestamp so you guys can see that there. But as you can see, we have our account name, our timestamp of entries, and our price. Having some nice swift movement today. Hopefully we can capitalize on that. We're already up to $1,600 on the day. Right here, we're expecting price to bounce off of this level, but if it breaks through, we're going to switch it into trend mode to try and capitalize on a downtrend here. Okay, we got the formation of a new zone there right when we passed through it, and then we just got filled into a long position. So you can see we're expecting that bounce, and now our order is confirming the that we were correct in our assumption that would happen. And there we go. We ended up winning that trade. We're up to $2,000 on the day now. You can see these derived zones here on the Analytica Chart 4 Plus that are automatically marked by imbalances and absorption are super helpful when trying to determine what the market's going to do, so you can guide polarity to do its best. You can see there, we didn't switch to trend until we had gotten a pass through, which it didn't, so we stayed in regression, and now we're getting some chop around this level here. We just got filled into a long position there, so let's see if we can end up winning this. It reaches our automatic stop chase. We're back down to our entry. We end up getting stopped out of that trade. That's going to be our first loss of the day, bringing us back down to $1,700.49, or sorry, $749.44. Also, guys, if you didn't see the current blog post about Sierra Link and the upgrades we've made to our infrastructure at Sierra Link, we've cut latency almost by 60% for the Sierra plan. So make sure to check that out on the blog post on our website, and you can see exactly what changes we've made and why we made them. We just got filled into a long trade there. We ended up winning that one pretty quickly. Back up to $2,100.57. Just got filled long again. Reaches our automatic stop chase. We did get the formation of this new line there. If we close above this bar here with strong delta, we'll switch it into trend mode. This might be preemptive, but it looks like we actually did not close above that line. We actually dipped right back down and we got filled into a short trade. So we're going to keep it in regression and try and trade between this channel. We're hoping we get some bouncing action in between this, because this is exactly the perfect length for some regressive action here. You can see that this zone actually formed right around the high of the previous area. So there was some resistance here, keeping that above that level, or keeping it below this level. Just got filled into a short position here. Got filled into a consecutive short position there. Not sure if we're going to win this one. Can we end up winning this trade? If we blow through the zone, we're switching it into trend mode. But I'm thinking here we're actually probably going to bounce off of this level here. We just don't have the delta. Yeah, you can see here we just got filled long. So again, that's going to be another consecutive bounce off this zone here. I mean, you can really manually trade these levels if you want to, and it does very, very well. You don't even need polarity for that. Yeah, there we go. Almost prophetically, we ended up winning that trade. These levels have been very, very reliable. You can see after instances marked, 1 bounce, 2 bounces, 3 bounces. Okay, we just got filled into a short position here. Now that we're forming up some noise around this zone, this is going to be the first time we've actually had noise at this zone since it was actually started, and we got the formation of that new red zone there. And then now we got filled into a short position. So you can see here that these two have equalized each other, and we don't really have to consider this a zone. And you can see that zone was automatically completed. Now we have actually resistance here. So we think it's very unlikely for it to actually re-enter this area up here. But if we get stopped out here, that may not be the case. Yeah, unfortunately, we stopped out there. We're back down to 43.15. It's going to be our second loss of the day now. Just going to move my chart trader around for you guys to show you that this is in fact not an overlay. Hey Ollie, this is not the new release of Polarity. This is the release that is currently available to all customers. I'm not using a special build in this stream. The special build, or the upcoming new release, is going to be released on June 10th. And that will include dual models and much more stability changes, as well as fixing the imbalance ratio, exiting the quote-unquote window that you've set. You can see here that we did re-enter the zone here, however, not very quickly. We've continued to have chop around this level, so we didn't switch it into trend mode. But we're going to continue to trade this zone. I really still am confident that we're not going to be above this level at the end of our trading session today. But that's just a spitball guess. We just got filled into a long trade here, so in order for us to win this, it has to pass above that area. We ended up winning that trade, and we just got filled into a consecutive short trade here. You can see we're getting so much chop. Today has been strangely great on regression for ES. Mostly in ES, you're going to be sitting inside of trend mode. Unfortunately, that's another stop out for us. We got filled into another loss there. It's going to be our third loss of the day, but we followed that up with a win. We're up to $4,777 now. Now we've re-entered this zone here, and we closed out those two resistance levels that are formed automatically. Of course, these aren't perfect. You can see there, my analysis is a little bit off there. Just got filled into a long trade here. It's going to be another loss for us, bringing us down to 4,485 on the day. Just got filled into a short position here. We end up winning that one, back up to 4,900. This is post commissions, by the way, so this is our total P&L after commissions. can see here we're getting some very interesting movement around the zone here. These zones aren't holding very long, but they're sticking around the same level for a while. Keep bouncing off this 5302 zone here. Yeah, you can see there we ended up winning that trade. Now we're up to 5302. That's funny. I just called out 5302 as a level, and that is now our P&L. That's pretty hilarious. Just got filled into a short position here. End up winning that one up to 5,700. We're gonna go for 70. We're gonna go for 7,000 today, I think. Holding around here at this 5305 zone. We don't have any derived zones to trade off of, but we just got filled into a short position here. We're going to have to rely mostly on delta and price. Strangely, we have somewhat correlated delta and price, but at 727, we did have that positive delta spike with that negative price movement. Stuff like that on ES is actually going to be enough to make sure or to confirm a regression mode encounter. ES is much less sensitive to chop in terms of its display of delta and price than NQ, almost to a point where it can actually mess you up. You really have to be vigilant about the numbers that you're seeing on delta and look for divergences, because on NQ they can happen a lot and you kind of have to look for more than one. You can often look for a grouping of 3, but with ES you really got to look for just 1 or 2. You can see we ended up losing that trade, unfortunately. We're back down to $5,418. Just got filled into a short position there. Reaches our automatic stop chase. And we end up taking that win up to $5,800. Slow burn all the way up to 7,000 today, hopefully.
Order submitted.
Yeah, we're sticking around this level here. Not a ton of volatility, but it's enough volatility to trade. Hey Ollie, I'm using the Hyperscalp ES ATM strategy that is in the template that you should be using to set up your strategy. It's going to set you up with the same settings that I have. You can see here it has a stop loss of 5, a profit of 5, and a stop strategy, which has a profit trigger of 3 with a offset of -3. Just got filled into a long position here, which is a classic regression trade, pushing us back into the range, at least if we end up winning this. Wow, unfortunately, we don't end up winning that. Back down to 5,500. This is a trend mode switch here at this point, just because we've exited this zone with pretty clear direction. If we start to move back into that zone there, we probably will switch back into regression, but we just got filled into a short position. So if we win this trade, I'm glad we switched.
There we go. Up to 6,000 on the day now. Just got filled into a short position there. And we ended up winning that one as well, up to 6,351. Shalazaba said, good day. Today I managed to pass a funding test with 5 trades in NQ, but I can't get it to work well with ES. Can you help me? Yeah, absolutely. So with ES, we're continuously making improvements to the pre-packed or to the training model in general. So the issue with ES is that the performance is not necessarily reliable across both trend and regression. Of course, this is a issue with NQ as well, but less so than on ES. For some reason, ES is a stark difference between the performance of ES and NQ. So that update on the 10th is really going to make ES a lot better. But again, we do have that update on the 10th, and we're trading ES today. So it shows that it is possible with the current software release for ES to be consistent. We actually ended up getting filled into a long position here after we broke through this zone. And we ended up winning that trade. That's going to put us right over our goal today of $7,000 on the day. We've expanded our take profit to 7,000. We've done that for a multitude of reasons, but mostly it's because we've been starting the day earlier. So starting the day earlier allows us to maintain volatility throughout the entire trading session that we're doing. When I start at 8 o'clock, which is when I usually start, volatility has started to die down already, and by 9 it can be very, very dead, because 9 is about lunchtime, and that's or lunchtime over in the Eastern time zone, and that can provide some issues. So here we're trading at 7:33 Pacific Standard Time. That's going to be ending our session today. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in, and stay posted for those updates. Appreciate you guys, and keep the questions. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session. We're going to be trading ES again today. We're going to be in trend mode only. We're going to be arming it in both directions here. I'm sorry for the wait, guys. I have a slight fever. I woke up from this morning. I've been pretty sick this whole week, but I'm on the come up again, so hopefully that'll be out of my system by the end of today. But that's why our stream is a little bit late today. I just needed some extra time today in the morning to get ready. Hey, Ollie, your question was, how are you getting around the problem with NinjaTrader assigning the same machine ID to all VPS servers hosted on the same bare metal machine? This will affect licensing for Polarity. I've had this issue already and wanted to make sure this does not happen again. Hi, Ollie. Thank you for your question. We have actually solved this. The VPS software we're using does not assign the same machine ID to each user.
Order submitted.
know, guys, I think today we're actually going to be doing a regression switch on ES. We've been doing trend only for ES for a while, and I like to trade at optimum levels, so I am going to be integrating some more of that advanced. Oh, there we go. Okay, so right when we did that, we actually got filled into a trade there, and we ended up winning that one. Also, sorry guys, let me show this execution panel here, just so you guys are completely aware that this is in fact not an overlay. This is actually my real account. But we are going to be keeping in regression mode here unless we break out with some strong movement in the upward direction outside of this zone here. Okay, because that happened, we're going to be switching it into trend mode, but if we re-enter the zone, we'll switch it back into regression. Hi, Colin. Your question was a few questions for buying the software. Will it work on MES, MNQ, gold, and crude? To answer those questions, it works on MES and MNQ perfectly. So these two things, for micros, we have a feature where you can take the market data from the mini contract and use it to trade the micro contract. So this is something that I think only we have, and it is super useful when trading order flow on these two instruments. As for gold and crude, those aren't necessarily optimal instruments for polarity just because the order flow data is fragmented. There is so much trading going on that is outside of the futures exchange that it does not have an extreme prediction ratio for where price is going to go in the short term. And we also do help you set it up for the first time. Check out on our YouTube channel, we have that installation guide there if you're interested in that. You guys, we're going to be switching into regression mode. We've been having not necessarily uncorrelated delta in price, but we've been very choppy around the same price level. But you can see here, it does qualify as uncorrelated just because of at 849, we had no price movement, but as you can see here, just like our last session, we're really not getting much movement. I guess that's because I started a little bit late today, but it's just what happens. Hi, Ollie. Your question was you mentioned on the last stream if we get the 3-month subscription to your server that we'll get a full license to Polarity. That is absolutely not the case. The last stream meant that if you own Polarity, you get an extra machine ID to use it on the VPS. You do have to own Polarity to get to use it. Sure, it'd be cool if we could get some movement here, but I guess the nature of today is slow. Hey Charlie, your question was, is Sierra Link consistent? I've noticed my speed carries day to day. Today I'm at 32 milliseconds, where yesterday I was at 7 milliseconds. Hope this makes sense. So the latency figure that we publish is the 99th percentile, meaning that is the extreme edge case on the worst case scenario that Sierra Link will give you. The average latency that we're seeing for the Sierra plan is 1.52 milliseconds. So we've never seen spreads that are that large in terms of latency. It's very consistent. But I hope that answers your question, Charlie. Let me know if there's more elaboration needed. Hey Mark, your question is, what are your thoughts on using the Polarity ATI for YM? It seems smoother than NQ to trade. It's lower volume, but when I trade it manually, it seems to be more manageable. Hey Mark, thank you for the question. I haven't really done that much research on YM, just to be completely honest. I'm kind of a layman when it comes to YM. I've focused only on ES and NQ, but I can certainly check it out and try trading it with Polarity. Hi, S.A. Patel. To answer your question, the download link actually does include the ES template in it. You just need to go to Workspaces and select ES. It's just one extra step to get to the ES template. Also, a little update, guys. We are out of stock on the Sierra plan for the VPS, so we only have the Strata and the Alto plan left. Of course, we will be restocking later, but that will be after we launch. Hey, if you guys are having trouble getting ES to take trades, make sure you have an ES model loaded if you're using Polarity on ES. Thank you for the question, Martin. To answer your question about the non-ML version, which is Polarity V6, there have not been any changes to that version since we've released machine learning. Hey, Mark, to answer your question, version 4.2 is the latest version of Analytica Chart 4 Plus. And I agree, today's market has been kind of crap for the last hour. You said that you stopped trading for the day to keep what you've made, and you're only trading one contract. Yeah, I honestly I agree. I would stop trading right now. But I'm a little bit greedy, and I want to make some money here because I haven't traded at all since last stream. I got super sick the day after we launched Sierra Link, and I've been just completely out. And today's my last chance to get some pieces of the market for the week. But hopefully it goes well. That would sure stink if we ended up on a loss today. But we're a little bit green. There we go. Just got filled into a short trade here. End up winning that one. Now up to $816 on the day. Hey George, we will handle how we transfer over licenses to the VPS as we get closer. There won't be any work on your end that you need to do proactively. We'll send everyone an email when that ends up coming up. But yeah, if you are charged, then you do have the Sierra plan and you don't need to take any action. If you guys are looking how to train a model on ES, check out the PDF file that's included in the purchase. See, there's not much going on here today, guys. Sorry about the boring stream. Hey Bondo, your question was why not stream during the 10 to 11:30 Eastern where volume is higher? I usually do stream at 10:45 Eastern. It's just that today it was a little bit slow for me to get started. I have a mild fever today, so I just couldn't get ready for the stream soon enough. But of course, we're paying for that now with the low volatility. Hey Charlie, to answer your question, which was the day I was at 7 milliseconds, I had a great day, and the days where I was at 32 milliseconds was not great. Could we relate this to the speed on the fills? So Charlie, statistically, there'd have to be a little bit more. I need more data to make that conclusion. If depending on how many days you were at 32 milliseconds, how many days you were at 7, what the correlation was from your results to that, how different the market was acting. But I mean, what it seems like is that with larger latencies, we see losses when they happen to be larger than if they were to be on a lower latency environment. Your slippage also will lead to a decrease in the win rate if you have high latency, but it can't be attributed to only that. That being said, I could see that 7 milliseconds is going to significantly increase your consistency.
Order submitted.
E. Martin said, so the only real delay would be from your personal computer to the VPS, which NinjaTrader has on it. Right. That's correct, Martin. And that's why it works so well with automated trading systems like Polarity. With the VPS, the only delay that would happen would be from when you were switching modes between regression and trend and switching with ARM both to ARM off or ARM off to ARM both. But of course, those are not latency sensitive actions. So the only thing that's latency sensitive is, of course, the things that are handled by the server already. So that's why a VPS will conjunction well with any automated strategy, including Polarity.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
You know, guys, I think that market just isn't really going to happen today for us. It's moving super slowly. We're just not seeing much happen. Probably going to call it for today. But I will see you guys again on Monday. I'm going to be streaming on Monday, and we'll get back into it. But anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning in today, and I will see you guys shortly. Good morning, everybody. This is Connor from Futures Analytica bringing you guys another live trading session. Actually, I just realized it's afternoon for most of you guys right now, and it's about noon for me. So let's just jump right into it. We're going to be doing auto arm today on ES Futures, of course. We're just going to be in trend mode. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica bringing you guys another live futures trading session on ES Futures. We're using the Polarity automated trading interface today. With machine learning, we have the heuristic parameter optimization button enabled. We're going to be arming it in both directions. Immediately after we armed it, we actually got filled there into a short position. There we go. Oh, just got to pull up my executions feed here. You can see that we actually have our live executions with timestamps and price. Of course, we're going to be in trend mode all day today again. We're doing that trend mode only quote unquote test on ES. I've done some, of course, off stream that have done very, very well, of course. So with this new machine learning, I think that you don't really have to switch as much as you did before between modes. Hey Kyle Killingforth. Your question was, what's your minimum stacked and balanced set to in Polarity for NQ? NQ is just going to be 1, but again, this is actually ES, not NQ. I know that you probably knew that, but just to clarify for other viewers out here. And if you just import template, it's already going to have my exact settings for NQ. There we go. Just got filled on that one, up to $816 on the day. It's going to be 2 wins for us so far. Hey Connor, just wondering why you have mouse overlay when you hover over the chart, but not when you scroll over to the side menu. Thanks. I think I do have it over on the side menu. If I don't, let me look. I actually don't know why that's not enabled, but I thought it was in a couple of other streams ago, but that's just an option in OBS. I think that for that window, we don't have it enabled, but I can change that right now. It has capture cursor on, so I'm not sure exactly what the story is there. Just got filled into a short position here. We got stopped out of that trade, but we got filled immediately into a consecutive one. This time it's in the long direction. Also, just for our viewers who have joined since I started, we are in trend mode only today, even though this is a regression zone.
Order submitted.
Unfortunately, that's going to be a consecutive loss down to 641. Hey, Winston, to answer your question, the VPS is coming along really well. We've just met with a couple of providers who are going to be on site for us to manage and set the hardware. We just ordered the hardware, and we're getting ready to launch the site. So stay posted for that, but we're pretty excited about what's coming up in the future for it.
Order filled. Target filled.
There we go. Just got filled there. Also, I'd love some feedback on some exact hardware specifications you guys need. We're going to be launching it with the hardware specifications that I use on mine, which is a 2699 dual, and it's going to be 2 physical cores per server. Going to be 8 gigabytes of RAM, but we're going to offer a 16 gigabyte plan and possibly a 32 gigabyte plan if you guys are interested. We'd love feedback on that. It'll be a 1 gigabit per second link. And bandwidth will be limited to about 1,000 gigabytes per user per month. If you guys need more, we can add that, but I don't think that any of you are going to be using that much bandwidth, because even like NinjaTrader only uses about 30 kilobytes a second. So hey, Nate, to answer your question, the VPS will work for you in Asia, if you're curious about trading. And I do understand that trading from Asia without one is going to introduce some pretty significant delays in terms of trading if you don't have a VPS. But fortunately, because the automated trading itself will be hosted on, well, there we go. We just got filled into 2 trades there. Won the first one, won the second one there. Just got immediately filled into a third one. We're getting filled back to back. Looks like there's a pretty big drop happening here. Wow, we won like, I don't even know how many trades we just won there, but this time we got into a long trade. Holy, okay, now we're up to $3,000 on the day. We just had a crap ton of back-to-back trades there. I'm glad we were in trend mode. Man, someone's got to clip that. There we go, up to 3,500 on the day there. This is the kind of volatility we like to see on ES. Up to 4,000 on the day now. Climbing pretty quickly at this point. Hey, Beto Cars, let me look for that question. I see you followed up on something. Yes, we do have support available. Just shoot an email to our support and we'll help you out with that. Hey, Belgoro, your question was, could you make a tutorial explaining everything regarding chart setup, and the strategy itself? It's hard to gather this information from everywhere. Yeah, of course. So we actually do have a tutorial on that on our channel. I'm not sure if you've seen it. Look for the setup guide, and that's going to explain everything in regards to that. If you're looking for actually how the strategy works, that is a separate video, unfortunately, but you are correct that we should work on a centralized database on exactly how to get that. Just got filled into a short position here. End up winning that one up to 4,300 on the day. You can see there's quite a bit of volatility at this point.
I'll end up filling on that one very quickly as well. Immediately into another short trade there. End up winning that one up to $5,100 on the day. This is insane. We're going to keep trading past our take profit here, past our profit target, till we can at least take advantage of all this volatility. See how far we can push it. Just got filled into another short position. We're just going to keep going until we lose a trade, which might happen just now. We'll see. Hopefully we can keep this momentum going. Yeah, yeah, so we lost there. So I turned off my strategy just because it was looking like that was going to happen. I didn't want to get filled immediately into a second one and dip below our $5,000 profit target there. But that was a really short session, up to 52.50 on the day. I'm pretty excited about that. That was pretty insane. I think we got like 8 or 9 trades within a 3-minute period. But yeah, that was a really productive session, guys. So I hate to call it so early. I know that you guys have asked so many questions that I'm trying to get to, but wow, did we just miss out on this giant move over here? Man, I'm getting mad FOMO. I gotta step away from the computer. I feel like I'm gonna start trading again, but I feel like every time I try and push past my defined either maximum loss or maximum gain, I end up losing some. So I know I probably should be shooting for a higher profit target per day now, but I just can't shake the feeling that I'm gonna mess up. But yeah. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. I'm going to be posting some more information shortly on our community page about that VPS system coming out. We're going to be doing pre-orders, but there is going to be, you can refund that pre-order if you don't want to, but you will lose your spot. So we're going to have a limited number of spots just because the hardware is pretty expensive and we don't want to have too much of an upfront investment. But this, you guys pre-ordering will help us order more slots. So that'll be pretty helpful. I'm not sure exactly when we'd expand on that. I think that would be in like 2 months when we'd order more. But yeah, I appreciate you guys tuning in today, and I'll see you guys soon. Hello, everybody. This is Connor from Futures Analytica here, bringing you guys another live futures trading session. Again, guys, so on our previous good morning. Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session on ES Futures. We're using the Polarity automated trading interface today. With machine learning, we have the heuristic parameter optimization button enabled. We're going to be arming it in both directions immediately. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. I hope you guys have been well. Today is a beautiful morning. Today, we are going to be trading L2Azimuth on ES Futures as per usual. Today, we're trading on a brokerage account, and we're going to be starting out the day here with just counter spoof. Looks like volatility is pretty normalized. This is actually a pretty good opportunity to use Trespass as well. We're going to be throwing that on too. Turning on Concordant, as stated before, Trespass is a lot similar to Polarity in terms of how it is utilized. Hold on here, guys. Hopefully the stream quality is good. Looks like it says excellent on our end, so we're 2 for 2 on this new house. I've been moving into a new place for the past week, so I've been super busy. Haven't really had time to do a lot of the duties that I should be doing as owner of the company, so that's why we've been a little bit behind on these streams. But we're pretty much all moved in. My office is essentially a giant white box, though, so I'm gonna have to spice this up so I don't wanna, so I don't get depressed sitting in here all day. If you guys would like, you can submit questions inside the box that I had linked in the description.
Order submitted.
Or sorry, in the chat. Pretty low volatility. Oh, looks like we
Target
got put
filled.
into a trade there, and we end up winning that one almost immediately up to 199.92 on the day. After commissions, I believe that was a Trespass trade. I think our Trespass is at an order quantity of 4, and our counter spoof is at an order quantity of 5. You guys can see my account name there on our executions feed, as well as our timestamp and position. It was a 6 quantity, it looks like, not a 5. Gonna move my chart trader around for you guys here to prove that this is in fact real. Hey Alex, the software is ready to use right out of the box. And now obviously I do suggest reading and watching the training material, which comes with it. It comes in a video course. But other than that, you don't need to do anything to the software. All the parameters come pre-optimized and there's no models to train or anything like that. Hey Christian, if you live in the UK, you very, very likely need a VPS. We highly recommend Sierra Link. We'll install everything for you. We'll install the L2Azimuth if you own it, or Polarity or Analytica Chart 4 Plus. Everything we'll do that for you if you get Sierra Link, which is located in the description. Hey Keith, you can't change the number of contracts necessarily on the fly. You're going to want to click on the edit button on the ATM strategy and then save it with that new order quantity. Let's check and see what counter spoof. Okay, so counter spoof we have 6 contracts, and with Trespass we have 4. Alex, you asked what time frame do you use it on? I use it on an 8 range chart. This is a range chart of 8 ticks. Or sorry, 8 ticks. But I highly recommend running it the first 45 to an hour of market open. A little bit late today, but that's okay. Hey Jagadish, I highly recommend just using counter spoof when you're beginning using the software. That'll help a lot. Looks like we got another fill there almost immediately. We ended up winning that trade up to $400 today. I think that was a counter spoof trade as well. Hey Dalen, this is correct. Fills between live accounts and sim accounts are going to be different. Fills between sim accounts and sim accounts through Apex or other other fake broker, prop firm, stuff like that. That should be the same. Hey, Joey, I'll pull those up after the stream. I just don't have those screenshotted as I was getting ready to start streaming today. Use DexRay or Trespass. Higher. Hey, Todd, won't be turning off my congruity today as we are on a live account. Have to make as much money as we can when trading live. It's just because brokerage accounts are important. But won't be doing that today. On Friday, though, we will be doing that. So you guys will be able to mirror my trades on Friday. Hey, David. Yeah, IQ Feed is one of my data providers that I'm using.
Order submitted. Order submitted.
I highly recommend, guys, changing your limit order offset to 3 instead of 0 if you're trading on Sim or on a PA account. It's going to drastically improve results.
Target filled.
Just got filled there, up to 1,400 on the day. Hey, John. I ended up winning that one up to 16. Yes, this is correct, Ron. I am using.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one up to 1900 now. Hey Frank, we aren't running that anymore, but I'm going to shoot you an email right.
Target
Ended
filled.
up winning that one up to 2000 now. Hey Frank, we aren't running that anymore, but I'm going to shoot you an email right now.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that trade up to $2,100 on the day now. Hey Frank, I just sent you an email. Hit our automatic stop chase here. Come on, just one more tick. That's all it needs, just one more. There we go. Okay, up to 23.32 now, making some slow progress. We're starting to get some losses now, so starting to lose a little bit of momentum. Hey Oshan, your question was, what is the key difference between polarity and L2? So polarity just uses level 1 data. It's based on order flow, and it's a much more semi-automated system. L2Azimuth uses level 2 data to derive a short-term forecasting model, and it's a lot more passive. Now with Trespass enabled, it ends up becoming a lot more semi-automated, but with counterspoof alone, you're looking at a really, really hands-off system. It's much more sophisticated. There's a lot more math that goes into it behind it. I highly suggest watching one of the videos on my channel. It's called The Equation That Ends Market Manipulation. It's our most popular. It's highlighted on our channel right now. I'll post that link in the description here, or in the chat here. Check that out if you guys are interested in what the actual key differences are between the strategies and why this strategy works.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one as well, up to $2,800 now.
Order submitted.
Hey BT, we're currently in the process of getting those sent out. A couple of them are, if you're talking about Brett, his have been sent out, so follow up with him if you're interested. Unfortunately, that's another loss there. Back down to 24.81. Gonna try and go for 3,000 today.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that one at 26.81. Hey Todd, if my chart 4+ indicator is showing order numbers as well on your chart, that's likely because you have yours compressed. You're going to want to go down to the bottom here on your timeline. You can see that if I drag mine out, it gets rid of the numbers. But I have mine zoomed in. Wow, unfortunately we lost that trade too. Fortunately though, these have been pretty minimal losses. I don't think we've taken a full-size loss yet, which I gotta say is pretty nice. That was a full-size loss right there. Back down to 23.31. Wow, unfortunately, all the way down to 2,000 again. I feel like we're spinning our wheels in place here. Super unfortunate, but that's okay. Almost touched our take profit there.
Order submitted. Target filled.
Ended up winning that one up to 22.81.
Target filled.
Just got filled there. Ended up winning that one up to 24.81. You know, guys, for this stream, I am going to be running a 1-day 15% off on both quarterly and lifetime purchases on our website. This is only available for people who are watching this stream right now. I won't be publishing this anywhere else, but as a thank you for you guys tuning in, you can use discount code DECK10STREAM at checkout for 15% off. Hey Steve, I just want to let you know I've gotten over 500 questions during this stream, so I'm not choosing to not answer anything. I just haven't seen them. It would be nice if I could prioritize users who haven't gotten a response, but I don't have a way to in our software. I am using a pretty high res monitor, Todd. It's a 4K monitor, so sorry about that. If you change your DPI scaling, you should be able to see more numbers.
Order submitted.
Hey Jordan, yes, that code does work on polarity. So if you want to get polarity, you can use that as well. I think if we get to $2,800, we'll probably call it for the day here. Not sure what happened there. Had a really weird OCO thing there happen, but fortunately we got flattened. I think it was just one of our contracts got filled.
Target filled.
Ended up winning that trade. Let's see if we can get one more today. You know, guys, I think we're going to end up calling it here at 25.64. Our gross profit has been increasing steadily, but our total P&L is pretty close to the same as where we were before this. We made around $25.64 on the day. Well, I'm going to disarm here. Let's just see if this last trade gets taken. We'll see how this goes. Dang, that's so unfortunate. We ended up losing that last trade. So we're at 23.14 on the day now. Still a pretty solid day. I mean, we did have that string of winners in the beginning. Not sure exactly why, but you know, we paid $800 in commissions today. So after $31.50 in gross, we are left with $23.14 in total profit. But guys, thank you so much for tuning in today. Friday will be a pretty awesome stream. We're going to go through settings. We're not going to use microcongruity, so you guys get the same exact trades as I can. We're going to set everyone up and make sure you guys are set for success. We'll be on an Apex account and all that. So thanks so much, guys. Appreciate it. Morning, everybody. Welcome back to the stream. This is Connor from Futures Analytica, bringing you guys another live futures trading session. I hope you all had a wonderful Thanksgiving week with your families and a productive Black Friday weekend.
Order submitted.
Hey, Robert, that likely is due to microcongruity. Those are going to be individual.
Target filled. Order
Looks like
submitted.
we ended up getting filled there. Hey, Jason, you said when ES and NQ are trending, is there a need to use engage long or engage short? Or will the system automatically pick the trend and trade with it?
Order submitted.
It'll automatically pick the trend and trade with it. You can see we have not even individually enabled those two things throughout any of our streams. We've been just using it on concordant only. It's smart enough to determine that. Now, I will say during a trend, if you want to, you can increase performance by disabling Trespass like we did earlier. We're just running counterspoof at this point. Counterspoof is going to be the most reliable over time. Trespass is likely, if you ran it completely in the background, you're going to get break even after commit or before commissions. So, however, Trespass can be extremely powerful in areas of confluence. Hey, Jim, that's most likely due to microcongruity. Up to 633.08 on the day now, which is nice to see. Now let's pull up my executions feed here. You can see my actual executions as the play-by-play along with the account name. You can see here. Impossible to fake this. Let's pull up our timestamps too. So you can see throughout here, you can see all of our trades. Hey, Dalen, it should be doing that by default. Please let us know if this is actually putting you into trades while you're in a trade. That should not be happening at all. Hey, Larry, if you trade your real money account, you said, how much capital do I need? Now, I'm not allowed to professionally advise you on this, but I will tell you exactly what I would do. Or I'll do it through example. We've started a $500 to $10 or $25,000 challenge, and we did pretty well on that one. And I would do the same. I'm going to start the same thing where we start with $500 and we trade micros, and we work our way up to $25,000. So I think that will be pretty interesting. Hey Todd, this would be due to the fact that it uses machine learning, and it actually looks at your previous trades and everything involved with that.
Order submitted.
Hey Raphael, no worries about this. Absolutely, I can see why that would be frustrating. Again, we'll be doing further Apex trading ones where we don't have microcongruity on. We've done multiple of those where you guys were able to verify the exact same ones. So just be patient. If you're looking for that stream, it'll
Order
be coming,
submitted.
likely around early next week, where I'll have microcongruity off, and you're able to do that. We'll go through all the settings beforehand. We'll make sure everyone's getting the exact same trades. Hey Nate, you said, when I purchased a lifetime license, was I able to use it on multiple computers, or is it locked onto one machine? Hey Nate, so to purchase a lifetime license, you can transfer it to new computers, but you cannot use it on two computers simultaneously. If you want to do that, you'll need
Order
to purchase
submitted.
the additional machine ID so you can use it at the same time. We consider this to be a second account. So if you're using this on two computers at the same time, I mean, we have to assume that there's another person using it. So it is a cheaper edition, but yeah, it's about... Hold on, pulling this up here.
Order submitted.
All right, everybody. That's going to be it. Like and
Hey
subscribe.
Charles,
Thanks for
sorry
watching.
about that. I think 40 and 50 are going to be a little bit too high. I think with Sierra Link, if you end up getting the Strata plan, it'll significantly improve performance.
Connor, be
Rick, you
quiet.
said, why am I
Connor.
not able to ask questions
Connor.
in YouTube live stream, even though others are? Well, I'm confused about why you asked this question, given I'm able to see it. I'm a little bit puzzled at this
Connor,
comment.
you've been talking
Why
all
am I
day.
not able
Connor.
to ask questions, even though
Connor,
others
are you okay? Connor.
well, obviously you're able to ask questions if I'm able to see this, so... I think we're going to go for $1,500 today, just because of how slow it's been today. Dalen said, it's night and day when using L2Azimuth on Sierra Link LOL. And you're letting me know more about the multiple counterspoof trades. I'll definitely look into that, but I'm glad to see that it works better on Sierra Link. That latency difference is going to play a huge role. No worries, Rick. We'll enable the chat on our next one. When we're using no microcongruity, and we're going to walk you guys through it so we can get the same exact, we want to like make sure you guys have the same setup before we start trading.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.